Magandang araw mga ka-UVL fans. It's another volleyball action-packed Sunday ngayon dito sa Paco Arena. This is UVL Season 3. Jess Constantino together with my partner Andre Mulyakanda giving you another three-header or triple-header game for today.
Very exciting matches we have as you see on screens. No? AFP Lady Gunnars going up against BFP Lady Firefighters. At dito rin for our second match, COMELEC Suffragettes going up against NCMH Wellness Warriors. And finally, yung pagtatapos sa ating araw ngayon, DFA Emissaries going up against the PNP Lady Patrollers.
Talaga namang exciting yung mga games natin today. Dahil last Wednesday, talagang medyo dikita ng standings natin. But let's go to our game recap nung Wednesday. Talaga namang medyo mabibilis yung mga nangyaring laro nung araw na yon. But of course, everything has, kumbaga, nagmatter sa standings nila.
Tama ka dyan. And we keep talking about it as we near the end of this second round, as we look at the first game results. Ito nga yung sinasabi mo, napadali ang pagtatapos ng laban na ito, which BFP took in the straight sets. Kita naman natin yung dominance din pagdating sa match statistics. And this win was led by none other than Gang Abellana.
Of course, Gang Abellana always leading the BFP Lady Firefighters. So, pero sa second game, another unexpected three-setters din tayo because AFP against BFP, lahat tayo in-expect yun na magiging five-setter, but apparently mukhang nagmamadali yung PNP nung araw na yun.
Oh, I think they really came in prepared, did their homework, and looking at how they played that game today, definitely they did dictate the pace led by Yam Poryo.
Of course, for our last game ng Wednesday, NCMH Wellness Warriors playing against DFA. Medyo nakakuha ng isang panalo yung Wellness Warriors dito. Lumaban naman yung Wellness Warriors, but DFA still trying to fight for their place para makapasok sa next round.
Tama ka dyan. And leading the pack in that match was Justin Rebles. A very familiar name yung nakikita natin sa ating mga best player of the game.
And of course, that leads us to our standings. Talaga namang makikita natin, dikitan yung 4 teams natin sa taas, lalo na yung PNP and COMELEC. And lead us through the standings. Ano ba yung magiging epekto ng games today for our standings?
For these teams, AFP and BFP, tulad ng sinabi mo, dikit na dikit. And all of these teams would only play a total of 14 games. And in this case, of course, for BFP and AFP, medyo malayo na rin naman sila sa number 5 na team. So, for all of these teams on the upper half, they want to remain here in the standings. Pero pwestuhan ng pinaglalaban dito ng ating BFP team and AFP squad. They need to be able to break away as much as possible, win the remaining games.
And puntahan na natin ang ating first game for today. We have AFP versus BFP. Nung kanilang first meeting nung round 1, talagang tinapos in 3 sets ng BFP yung laro na yon.
Tama ka dyan. And I guess, in terms of confidence, this gives BFP the edge as they face AFP today. Dahil alam nilang kaya nila. And they were able to do it early on in the tournament. And they did rely on these ladies to deliver the numbers. Nabanggit nga natin yan si Abellana. You have Adolfo as well as Diaz, who we expect to play a good game today. But kontra naman dyan ang AFP Lady Gunnar. Siyempre, we see these familiar names all the time. Yongko, Mabayad, and Pantino to also deliver the numbers. And I think for them, the task is huge. Dahil galing din sa talo itong AFP. And looking back, sabi nga natin, nasungkit ng BFP yung panalo sa una nilang pagkikita.
And of course, mamaya, very exciting game, definitely, Ann. Kaya, wag po kayong aalis, magbabalik po kami. At iti-turn over natin sa ating Coliseum announcer. Ai, take it away.
Before we kick off today's match, we'd like to give a special happy birthday shout out to 2 incredible players celebrating their birthdays today. Happy birthday to Mayan Pandino and Mimi Baron of the AFP Lady Gunnar. Wishing you both a joyful, healthy, and memorable celebration. With love from your UVL family. Now let's meet our officials for this match. First referee, Jeff Lopez, international referee. Second referee, Marlon Magabenta, national referee. Let us now meet the starters for both teams. First, for the Armed Forces of the Philippines, Lady Gunnar. Let's start with our opposite hitter and our team captain at number 1, Major Cheryl Carmariaque. Outside hitter number 3, Private Arian Bacardo. Middle blocker number 4, Sergeant Yari Yongko Kimson. Center number 6, Yanolores. Outside hitter number 9, First Lieutenant Gilly Joy Bedino. Middle blocker number 14, Sergeant Mayan Bandino. Starting libero at number 10, Rachel Andeguia. Head coach of the AFP Lady Gunners, Staff Sergeant Miriam Go. Calling on the starters of the Bureau of Fire Protection, Lady Firefighters. Let's start with our middle blocker number 4, Fire Officer 1, Tony Diaz. Center number 5, Fire Officer 2, Bansos Milio. Middle blocker number 6, Fire Officer 1, Stephanie Adolfo. Outside hitter and our team captain at number 8, Fire Officer 2, Ganga Beliana. Opposite hitter number 14, Fire Officer 1, Telongyon. Outside hitter number 15, Fire Officer 1, Tessa Puyo. Starting libero at number 2, Fire Officer 1, Kat Nipales. Head coach of the Lady Firefighters, Inspector Lorenzo Diaz.
And we are back to our ball game right now. Of course, this is our first 6 from the AFP. We have Pantino, Olores, Betino, Yonko, Hake, Bacado, and of course our libero is Rachel Digia. Para naman sa ating BFP Lady Patrollers, BFP Lady Firefighters, my bad, sorry. We have of course Ganga Beliana, Puyo, Diaz, Adolfo, Josmilio, Ongyot, and Nipales.
It will be, of course, nabanggit nga natin kanina during the pre-game, that the first time these two teams met, it was BFP. So, pag-iisipin natin, mentally coming into this game, mas mataas yung kumpiyansa, siguro na itong BFP. But for AFP, this is also redemption, right? I mean, all of the games right now, it really matters. They only play 14 games and they have their last 2 remaining games.
And what a first point nakuha agad ng AFP. And but for AFP, this is an unfamiliar place for them dahil for the past 2 seasons talagang sila yung namamayagpag dito sa UVL. Pero ngayon, unfamiliar nga ito. Minsan nakakausap ko si Yari. Medyo iba nga yung tinatakbo daw ng liga. It means also that talagang nagle-level up lahat ng teams.
But you know what is very interesting, Chef? Unfamiliar territory for them, siguro, to fall in the number 4 spot. But if you come to think about it, most of the teams that are in the top 4 have at least 2 losses pa lang. So yung kanila, mas marami ng konti, 3. Pero hindi na rin, this is a good sign, I suppose. No? A good sign that really the teams are leveling up.
Correct.
And evenly matched na. Nakikita natin na bumibilis ang galaw. Mas maraming players na nagcha-challenge ng laro.
And the meaning of leveling up, Diaz on her first service ace. We have 2-2 ngayon yung score natin.
It's a close start for these teams.
And wow, another service ace. Almost on that same spot, inangat lang niya ng konti. Nakita niya doon talaga yung butas.
Oh, but that's a tough one. So for AFP, for the receivers, minsan if you are in doubt, you can commit and just get it. But easier said than done with that floater from Diaz.
Ay wow, at biglang binawi na agad ng AFP yung puntos na yun.
I think yan yung importante. For AFP, they now know better. Hindi sila dapat magpapalamang ng masyadong malaki. Magkamali ka, mapuntusan ka, bawiin mo agad.
And the service is in. Gang Abeliana putting it up. Ongyot. Good save. Ngayon, AFP naman, pero mukhang nakontrol yung bola. Adolfo Olores, inangat yung bola. Yari's favorite move. Pero good save doon para sa BFP. Olores. Major hake. What a good assumption then from Major hake.
Oh, and also, gotta give credit to Olores for that good distribution dahil halos lahat no, ng kanyang frontliner ay nabigyan ng pagkakataon na umupensa.
Ang ganda ng service. Adolfo ngayon aatake. Talagang nagmamadali si Adolfo.
But you know, I love how there is this urgency from both teams. Dahil kita natin, no, talagang dikitan siya and malakasan yung palo eh. So, nakikita natin yung determination and yung talagang gustong-gusto nila na makauna.
And speaking of Adolfo, this is actually her, I believe, third game after missing 1 month. Dahil na-injure siya previous month, no? But again, Gang Abellano wasn't able to make that service. So now, it's Santiago doing the service for AFP. Adolfo again, but this time...
Yes, what injury? What injury?
I know, alam mo nung unang interview ko pagbalik niya, sabi niya, naiilang daw siyang tumalon, pero parang hindi naman.
What injury? Asa na?
Yun yung una kong tinanong eh, ano yung naging recovery mo? Or ano yung naging pag-aalinlangan mo, no, going back? Sabi niya, nahihirapan akong tumalon.
But, you know, it's really good to see na, you know, after an injury, they're back and, you know, in very good form.
Yes.
Dahil ayaw natin ng injuries na ganyan.
Correct.
Especially because nandito pa lang tayo sa almost finishing pa lang tayo ng ating second round.
May mga 1.5 months pang tatakbo yung liga natin. But that one is a point for our BFP. 7-5 is our score. Now it's Ongyot doing the service for BFP. Nakakalito, no? AFP, BFP.
Parehong may P sa huli. FP sa huli.
Oo nga. Olores, binigay kay Yari. Medyo nagkaroon ng miscommunication doon si Ongyot and Adolfo. Pero grabe yung dikitan din talaga, no? Parang whoever wins this game, magugulo na naman yung standings natin. Hanggang to the last day of our eliminations, mukhang hindi pa natin alam kung sino magna-number 1.
That makes this season even more exciting. And for the teams to keep on pushing also kasi walang assurance, ano?
Ayan, binigay niya sa likod ni Osmilio, but that's gonna be outside.
Wow, we haven't seen a
long rally.
a long rally and also a big lead because it's been an exchange, no? It's like a seesaw, palipat-lipat eh for AFP and BFP.
Osmilio giving it now. Adolfo, favorite move. Pangatlo niya na yon for this set. And now let's go to our courtside reporter, Dana de Guzman. Dana? I think we will go back to Dana when she's ready. But now we have Ongyot getting that point for AFP naman. Wow, talagang matatagalan tayo dito.
Alam naman natin na for all of the teams, again, very important to secure that win, especially you know, AFP is now down to their last 2 games while ang BFP down to their last, BFP has played 11 games down to their last 3 and AFP down to their last 2 games.
And of course, that's another point for BFP. And now, I think Dana is ready. Dana, go ahead.
Justin, and coming back from the loss, straight set loss from PNP, the AFP Lady Gunners are now back on the court with a tougher mindset and a lighter mood. Now, earlier I have talked to Coach Miriam and she mentioned that for this game, she knows the importance as this is the second to the last match of their preliminaries. Now, she mentioned she is challenging their regular players to step up for this game. She mentioned that during their training, they have overloaded the skills of the training for the regular players with the help of their veterans. She also asked them to voice out their opinions during their training on what they think they should improve on for this match. Now, going on today's game, for Coach Miriam, she mentioned puso at isip. Yan ang dapat paganahin ng AFP Lady Gunners. Balik sa inyo.
Thank you, Dana. And as we see that, mukha namang nakikita natin yung puso nung AFP ngayon. No? And Coach Miriam is always like that.
Oh, yeah.
No? Gusto lang niyang ilabas lang ng AFP yung kanilang championship caliber. But at the same time, in games like this, when you're playing with teams like BFP, no, talagang it's all about mental toughness. Talagang puso at utak na lang. Kasi yung skills-wise mukhang hindi nagkakalayo.
Tama ka dyan. And I also like that point wherein they were saying na they need to up the skills of the regular players. And that's very important because dito sa volleyball, it is a team sport. In whatever rotation, hindi yan pwedeng may isa itatago ka lang sa likod. Everyone really participates. And we've seen that improvement through sa lahat ng teams, actually.
Yes.
I got, I had the privilege of covering very first season ng UVL. And through the years, talaga makikita mo yung pagtaas ng level ng paglalaro nila.
And I think even the players, no, pag nag-interview ko, when I was courtside, talagang kahit sila, nakikita nila iba na yung quality, yung kalidad nga daw ng liga. Talagang pataas na as we can see, BFP trying to get away in this first set, no?
This is the biggest lead that we have seen so far.
Look at that. Ong Yot is now taking the charge for BFP as Diaz, that's Talib with another good service.
Ooh. I love it. I mean, it was the set was off, pero si Diaz nagawan pa rin ng paraan.
Kahit siya medyo napa-atras kasi mukhang lalapit na siya sa net.
The set was clearly going
Yes.
towards the net, but sabi nga nila, if you're an attacker, you cannot be choosy. You find a way. Just what she did.
And this is our biggest lead in this set, 9-3. Talib again on the service line. Yari. This is Pantino. Gangabeliana. Over, wow.
I think what the problem right now of AFP is that they're unable to receive the first ball properly. At kaya hindi sila makaset up ng maayos din.
As we have a timeout with AFP, let's listen in.
Huwag kang mahilang kapag nasa likod ka, huwag kang galaw ng galaw kasi naaanto sa libero. Kapag kunin mo na yung bola, ha? Kailangan mo na kung di mo kaya, patulong ka. Ngayon, kung walang tayo pasa, alam nyo naman di kaya ng isang nito, tulungan nyo na. Ha?
Let's go!
And that's, we heard it, Coach, I believe that's assistant coach, no? Si Coach Miriam, medyo hindi siya very vocal in huddles like this. Pero pag nakita mo, minsan tingin pa lang niya, alam mo na.
Siguro she trusts that,
Yes.
tingin ko pa lang, alam nyo na yung dapat gawin.
Now, Olores trying to do that cross-court, pero this is Ong Yot with that attack, pero Yari Yonko waiting for that. Gangabeliana with 2 blockers at naligtas ng AFP. Buhay pa yung bola. Olores now. And this is...
2 touches on Diaz. But good effort
Good
from
effort.
both teams. Parang ito na yung isa sa medyo mahaba-habang rally
Yeah.
na ating nakita for set number 1.
Talagang nakikita mo kahit nagkakatumba-tumba na sila, no, just to keep the ball alive. Talaga namang they will save the ball. As we have Pantino serving for AFP.
Oh.
That's Yari's favorite shot. Yung akala mo aatake, pero soft touches lang ang gagawin niya.
And it works for her, of course. Titignan natin, Yonko, the tallest player right now on the floor.
This is Sergeant May and Pantino on the service line again. Good receive by Nipales. Gangabeliana versus Yari Yonko.
I have to say, that is also one of the few times that we see a very effective combination play. And, Abeliana getting that point.
And I think because you have Yari Yonko in front, no, dahil talaga namang...
You have to have a decoy.
Yes, because one of the tallest player that we have here in the UVL. Pero siya naman yung aatake ngayon.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Medyo na-miscalculate doon ni, I believe that's Talib. Sorry, Osmilio for BFP, no? Minsan, for that kind of pag-setter ka, no, yun ang hirap din ng trabaho mo, no? Kailangan makikita mo yung posisyon ng mga attackers mo.
At saka, alam mo, yun yung sinasabi nga natin palagi because they always get the second touch. Sila rin yung kawawa pag hindi eksakto sa kanila yung first ball.
But you see that Gang Abellana being too much for two AFP defenders. Talagang napahiga na lang si Pantino dun sa bola. 16-12.
So far, BFP doing very well in pulling away from what was yung earlier exchange, no, with AFP.
At ito na si Yari. Talagang siya naman daw. It's her time to take the lead for AFP as we have this is Santiago. Sorry, Bettino for the service. Adolfo with a soft touch. Abellana, free ball. Olores setting it up. Major hake.
Oh, net violation.
Alam mo yun yung minsan, no, na
It kills the momentum.
Yes.
Things are, moving as fast as, it could possibly go.
ang ganda na nung setup.
Pero
But-
wala eh. I mean, for AFP, okay
a
yan,
point
it's a
for
point.
them.
But for BFP, sayang yung opportunity.
And ito yung mga times na mahirap bigyan ng momentum ang AFP. As Yari Yonko with that kind of attack. Talagang nakita niya. Siguro pag matangkad ka na pagtalon mo, kita mo agad kung saan yung
Of
butas.
course, very good vantage point. And just like that, 1 point na lang ang lead ng BFP.
As we have a timeout, I think this time it's gonna be from BFP. Let's listen in.
Receive, wala tayong receive ulit. Ayan na naman tayo. Ayusin natin yung receive natin para meron tayong atake. Ha? Sinong nasa harap ngayon? Diskarte ha, diskarte sa play. Ha? Basa-basa sa matatangkad yung line yung nandun sa harap nila. Ha? Diskarte tayo. Oh. Hey, fire!
And we heard it, that's Inspector Lawrence Diaz. Pag yung mga coach talaga sa volleyball, back to basics lagi. No? Talagang tama naman, dahil Yari is in front of them, talagang kailangan mong diskartehan dahil napakahaba ng kamay, matangkad si Yari. I think she stands, 6'2", 6'1", and for BFP, kailangan nilang diskartehan if you want to maintain the lead. This is 16-15.
But also that reminder on losing or nawawala na naman yung kanilang first ball. And it's good that when they came back, ang ganda ng kanilang first ball.
Pero ang ganda rin ng block ng AFP doon. But this time, Puyo. AFP tinaas yung bola. Adolfo. Si Adolfo parang tinatapik-tapik na lang niya yung
Pero
bola.
what's good is that you really see her looking at the opposite side. Dahil yung pinagdadalhan niya ng bola, talagang unmanned eh.
And as a player, I think you needed that kind of IQ, volleyball IQ. Dahil nga, nakita naman nila matatangkad yung sa harap. So you look for those places na pwede mong pagtakunan ng bola. Olores with the free ball. BFP now with an attack. Adolfo again.
Yonko catching her breath. She came from the front line, pero siya yung humapol at nag-dive sa likod para ma-save yung bola.
And I think this is also what Dana is talking about a while ago. No? AFP needs other players to step up because right now it's only Yonko, Olores, and even Major Hake somehow doing the everything for AFP.
And actually, that is the difference with BFP because for BFP, meron ng 5 players who have logged in some points. Pero on the part of BFP, malayo, no? It's mostly Yari really carrying the weight. Well, there are others, of course, who have scored as well. Kailangan talaga meron pang isang kapantay, kumbaga, na talagang magde-deliver whenever Yonko is in the back row.
And then, errors like that, no? As we can see, that hit by Adolfo. But there is a net violation that was called. Kaya ngayon, BFP will do the service. Olores. Yonko again. Osmilio tinapik lang yung bola. But Puyo will try this time.
Sabi ni Yari, okay lang, ako na. I got this.
And that's also tells a lot about the leadership of Yari Yonko in this game. Talagang hindi pa parang kumbaga wala pa nag-stop. Sige, ako muna.
But she has fallen so many times as well here in this set. And you see her holding on to her sa may gilid niya. Sabi niya siguro hinihingal na. But she also did fall.
Yes. Now we have 2 substitution, but this is Yari. Good service. Romo will try this time. At nakalusot.
Oo, nakalusot.
Tinuro niya pa. Tinuro niya
Just have to find a way. Sumabit dun sa blockers. And it's usually the case if there is that space in between the net and the blockers.
So 20 serving 16. Adolfo.
Ooh.
Long. That's too long for Adolfo.
Too much adrenaline.
Minsan, pag siguro naipon yung adrenaline niya pag di ka nakakalaro ng matagal.
Tsaka, but also I think in the case ng serves, nakikita natin, BFP is using their serves as a way to score the points as well.
Unfortunately, Major Hake, committing another service ace. Kumbaga, nagpalitan lang ng puntos yung ating dalawang team right now.
However, it is, of course, gonna be tough for AFP because they need each and every point to at least first match it with BFP.
And a good read there by Olores. Nakita niya na si Pantino ang ganda ng pwesto. And Pantino delivered for AFP. Medyo not so far, 3 points. But so far the momentum is still with BFP. Medyo nakakasilip ng konti yung AFP. But parang hirap na hirap silang i-break yung 2-3 point lead na yon.
I think in this match, while the lead is not so big, it is BFP that kind of is dictating the pace of the match. Parang sila yung mas makikita natin body language na a little bit more relaxed and in control.
As Abeliana really targeting I think that's Yonko. Hinanap talaga niya si Yonko. Yung katawan niya nakaharap na dun sa I think that's zone 5 if I'm not mistaken.
But I think also iniwasan niya yung kamay ni Pantino. Sabi niya, single block, dito na lang down the line. It's good to see that these attackers can make these mid-air adjustments.
Then Pantino. But Abeliana again, almost same spot, but medyo overpowered na.
It's a very tricky target yung down the line, dahil ang late-late nung dadaanan ng bola. But I think naisip ni Abeliana, naputos ako kanina, pwede ulit.
Isa pa.
Doon naman sa corner.
And now Pantino serving for AFP. Good receive by BFP there. Si Abeliana. Natawa na lang din siya. Para siyang nakipag-appear sa bola kay Yonko,
It goes in their favor as that ball goes out.
Abeliana's very fun to watch.
Cool na cool lang
Cool
siya.
na cool lang. In and out. As we have another timeout. This time, it's gonna be from AFP. So I think makinig tayo.
Kung sino kukuha ng first ball, mag-usap lang. Kapit lang tayo, guys.
Okay, service ng kalaban. Kailangan Basta atake tayo. Kailangan tayo. Tapos, service natin. Tuloy-tuloy na yan. Sige.
Gunnar! Pilitin natin umabot.
And we heard Coach Miriam, nakatayo na, nagsasalita na si Coach Miriam Go of AFP. You know that wala nang, everything is focused on the business. They're down by 4. But that's a good time out there by AFP,
Sometimes, apart from yung wanting to shift the momentum, you also want to ice the opponent. This, however, means for AFP, hindi rin sila pwedeng mag-commit na ng errors because, BFP is at 23 and mabilis na lang to close this set.
And Abellana is trying to do that. Alam mo, minsan gusto kong tanungin kay Gang kung may lakad ba siya after game. Parang lagi siyang nagmamadali.
Sabi niya siguro, bakit ko pahirapan ng sarili ko kung pwede namang pabilisin?
Lagi siyang nakangiti lang, no? Relax lang. Pero pag umatake, most of the time, very effective player. As she's trying to close this down. But Olores, Yari Yonko with that attack. Nasa Lonigang. Puyo trying to close this time. But it's gonna be point will go to AFP.
Set is not yet over, and we've seen situations like this. 24 yung opponent at nahabol pa. It's gonna be tough. Yan, perfect volleyball for AFP from this point on.
This is Bettino serving for AFP. This is gonna be crucial. Ito yung mga bawal kang magkamali.
For AFP, they have to be ready because they will be on the receiving end.
A free ball ang binigay ng BFP. Olores. Yari. Eto na si Yari Yonko.
Never say die. Yan ang nasa isip ng ating mga kaibigan from AFP.
And that calls for BFP timeout. Makinig tayo.
Isang receive lang ulit. Isang receive para mayroon tayong magandang pan. Sinong nasa harap? Ikaw? Diskarte ha, diskarte. Yung mga malalaki yung lakad nila. Ha? Easy lang natin. Easy tayo sa receive. Go. Go. Hey, fire!
Of course, that's Coach Lawrence Diaz of BFP. Talaga, feeling ko ito, breaking the momentum dahil nakadalawang sunod na puntos. Itong AFP, now Ongyot going back and Osmilio for BFP. Mukhang, ito na. Ito yung unang first six ni Coach Lawrence kanina.
At this point, again, sabi nga natin, while AFP is at the service line, for BFP, what matters right now is that they're able to receive the ball properly to get a chance to attack.
And Ipales just doing that. But what a denial by AFP. Puyo this time. Olores, binigay kay Yari.
She's like a scoring machine. Sabi ni Yari, maliit na bagay, 8 points pa lang naman ako dito sa set number 1.
Saka 3 points lang yung hahabulin namin.
Konti lang.
Konti lang.
No pressure.
This is a 3-0 run for AFP. Bettino. Osmino tinaas yung bola. Adolfo denied.
I love the spirit from AFP. And I did mention it earlier. Na nakita natin yan 24-21, nakahabol pa ng team na dehado. And, such wonderful spirit, fighting spirit we're seeing here from AFP.
And look at that. Akala ni Gang, it's gonna be outside. And now we're tied at 24. Major Hake. Yari Yonko again. Ngayon si Adolfo. Puyo. Nice block by AFP. Osmilio. Ito na. That is Ongyot. Yung setter, si Osmilio, medyo kailangan niya nang tingnan kung kanina bibigay yung bola dahil nababasa na ng AFP yung tinatakbo ng laro ng BFP.
And AFP at the moment just really on fire pagdating din sa kanilang opensa.
Eto na naman si Yari.
Can I say on fire? Yonko, a very good...
Of course,
Look at that.
if you're AFP, wow.
Saan ka pa pupunta, diba? And you maximize her while she is in the front line. Wow. First set, extended set.
I know, race to 27 na tayo. Adolfo this time. Point will go to BFP.
I love how quick they were looking at our first referee saying, check.
Alam na nila eh. So now Adolfo serving 26-25. First set pa lang po ito, mga ka-UVL. Pantino. Good save by Abellana.
Oh.
That's Tel Ongyot. Ito yung mga errors na medyo atras ka na lang.
Oo, tsaka, what we did mention as we see this substitution from AFP.
We're seeing Mabayad finally first time in the ball game.
At a very, very crucial point. But we've seen the substitutions before, and Mabayad, more often than not, really delivers when she's put in. But, as I was saying, it was really BFP controlling the pace of the game until this last part.
Wow, almost.
Oo, almost.
Medyo na-save na ng AFP, kaya lang medyo naging uncontrollable yung huling contact na yun, no? So the point goes to BFP. Wow, extended set for our first set pa
Konti
lang.
lang naman, konti lang naman. Nag-iinit lang naman sila.
Olores giving it to Let Mabayad. Good save by BFP. Abeliana. Cross court there, pero wow, what a costly miscommunication from AFP.
But I have to say, AFP did very well in terms of yung paghahabol nila earlier.
As we go on, look at this last attack from Gang Abeliana. And 28-26 is our score for our first set. And we're back to our ball game. What a first set! Para sa ating first game, this is the UVL Season 3. As you can see, and walk us through the numbers.
Wow, I mean, look at the difference pagdating sa opensa. BFP, 22 points, 15 lang para sa AFP Lady Gunners. But really, what spelled the difference bukod dun sa, in the earlier part of the set, it was the aces of BFP that really mattered the most. But in the latter part, dun humabol yung kanilang errors. Double digit for BFP. And I think yun yung babalikan din nila pag pinag-aralan nila itong larong ito today. They scored a lot, but they gave up a lot as well.
And those errors talagang na-capitalize ng BFP. I like their demeanor right now, Very calm, very relaxed lang sila. Hindi na-rattle nung dumidikit na at talagang nag-extend yung set natin, But now, we are now in our second set. As we can see, wow, mukhang mahaba-habang laro to ngayon, Ann.
Parang it's very different from the first time these two teams met. We did mention na straight sets ng BFP ang AFP that first time they met. But AFP in set number 1, napako sila sa 20. But, today is, a different game altogether. Well, a lot has happened since they first met.
Now we start our second set. Osmilio with a service. Olores, good read with Yari Yonko. Ang hirap siguro pag ikaw yung nasa harap ng kalaban, Tapos si Yari nasa front court,
Kailangan talaga timing and good read. Because si Yonko, siya yung isa dito sa mga middle attackers na nakikita natin na talagang umiikot Running attack from the middle.
Major hake. Free ball ang binigay ng AFP. But Nipales wasn't able to control that.
AFP, better start for them. And I think that's one of this, even if they lost, that earlier set, they had very good momentum towards the end. And I think they carried that here in set number 2.
And Dolores almost doing that service error. Buti na lang na-save. Emilio giving it to Diaz. Sabi ni Yari, siya na, tinapik. Ang ganda ng basa ni Gang there. Dolores setting Yari Yonko. But look at that, talagang nag-scramble na naman yung BFP. Talagang pag si Yari yung na-atake, hindi mo alam kung saan niya dadalhin yung bola.
Defense is really key. Ayan, medyo na-redirect pa ng konti because of the contact of the ball with the hands of the BFP blocker.
As we can see, natawa na lang din si Yari dun sa pumasok pa yon.
Pero sa ngayon, like what we said, maganda ang paumpisa ng AFP. They a very good momentum.
3-0 is our score as Gang Abellana was denied there by AFP. Ongyot, but it's outside.
So many errors. And in this we mentioned while we were doing the recap of set number 1, there were 10 giveaway points of BFP. And, AFP tatanggapin nila with open arms. 10 puntos. And they are starting off again. May pa isa-isang error nakikita tayo.
A good start for AFP. However, I think that's a net violation, no? Kaya nagkaroon ng score yung BFP. But napakamot si Coach Lawrence kasi that's not how you want to score.
And dito talaga, you have to earn it. No? You don't wait for your opponent to commit these mistakes. It's welcome, of course, pero gusto mo, kontrolado mo.
Emilio setting Gang Abellana. Ang ganda ng receive ni Olores. BFP. Ongyot, tinapik sa gilid. Nakita niya butas yung dulong side na yon ng AFP.
And sa ngayon, I think nararamdaman din ng BFP yung challenge at the net because the blockers are always there on the side of AFP.
Good service by Diaz. Olores.
Adolfo loving that block.
Because how many times can you ever block Yari Yonko?
So, solid block. And alam mo sa ganyan talaga, it really is all about timing. If you'll see, yung talon niya hindi naman gaanong mataas pero talagang hinanap niya yung bola, tinimingan niya ng maayos.
And it pays for them as Ongyot scoring for BFP. Grabe, Yari Yonko doing everything for AFP. Talaga naman, service, block, receive, attacks. What else can she not do?
Sabi niya, wala. Sumagot siya sa'yo, narinig niya tayo, wala naman.
I know, at balita
Parang
ko,
lahat naman.
si Mommy, meron pang pakain after.
Wow.
Lagi kong naririnig yun. So, tingnan natin kung meron na, kung matitikman natin yun. And mamaya, no? But wow, what? That's a funny Adolfo doing the job for BFP, no? And as you can see, Let Mabayad being the leader in the team, talaga namang they have to regroup right away dahil kanina 4-0 tayo, ang hinabol ng BFP, 5-4 is our score. Lamang na ang BFP. De Gia, Olores, soft touch ni Yari. Espilio, Gang Abellana this time. Good receive by De Gia there. Major hake. Si Ongyot naman daw yung papalo. Let Mabayad save the ball. Osmilio, Adolfo. Napagod na lang ata sila doon.
But right now on the part of BFP, Adolfo leading the way now, the only person in double digit. 9 attacks, 1 block point.
And that's what you love about BFP. Because if it's not Gang Abellana doing the works, you have Adolfo. Parang kumbaga, meron silang sharing. And another service ace by Diaz. Grabe naman yung service na yun.
That
Sulok
is
na sulok.
her second service ace in this match. I think for BFP, there is very good distribution in terms of scoring. Nakikita natin ngayon. AFP still largely dependent on Yonko.
And of course, we want everyone to step up no, for BFP. As you can see, Yari Yonko doing the job for AFP, carrying AFP on her shoulders.
13 points for Yonko.
Look at that. Ang ganda ng vantage point talaga pag matangkad. I cannot
Very
relate.
high.
And I know you can relate, but I can't.
Ganda ng view ni Yari eh. But another violation called here sa AFP.
You know, some things are not just working well for AFP. Talagang yung errors, yung rhythm, talagang they have to regroup and fix it right away. As we have a report from Dana de Guzman. Dana?
Jess and BFP has become more lethal coming into this game with their third straight set winning streak. Now looking back for their first matchup with AFP where they've triumphed in 3 sets, the team is focused on replicating that success. Learning from their previous match versus PhilHealth, the coach and players recognizes the need to have a strong start, especially versus a dangerous team like the AFP, emphasizing the importance of setting the tone early in the game, which they have shown in the first set. Now, when it comes to facing the pressure for winning this match, they mentioned that the pressure is inevitable, but they are confident that BFP will embrace this pressure and they are well prepared physically, mentally, and emotionally. Now, let's listen in to AFP's timeout.
Sikapin natin. Sikapin natin yung first ball. And then, depensa. Nasa iyo tinatarget ka na. Bayan mo yung depensa. Let's go.
Kalma tayo.
Kami tayo.
Mamadali na nga lang. Mamadali. Pag mabilis.
Kapit malala kayo yan.
And we heard that straight from Dana and then to Coach Miriam, no? And going back to Dana's report, mukhang may goal talaga tong BFP, no? To finish everything in straight sets.
I think kasi for these teams, again, you have 2 to 3 remaining matches. You want the momentum, especially here, no, as you end the second round, to be there for you. Kasi yan yung gusto mong madala mo eh, as you enter the next phase.
Of course, this is all about momentum. Talaga namang, last game Wednesday, 3 sets lang. Ngayon, BFP is, I think that's part of their game plan again. Hanggat maaga, tapusin na nila, they're gonna do it.
And I think for these teams, no, they are cognizant of the fact na pag humaba yan, 4th set, 5th set, the fatigue factor will also come into play.
Alam mo, minsan pagkausap ko yung mga coaches, bakit gusto nilang matapos ang maaga? Yung binubulong na lang nila sa akin.
Napagod tayo.
Alam mo namang matanda na. Alam mo namang may edad na yung iba sa akin. Minsan bawal mo lang i-report. Or ayaw mo na lang i-report. Pero yun talaga yung sasabihin nila. I think for all teams, no, yun yung factor lagi.
But even for those who are younger, it is still a factor, yung fatigue, especially with the quality of games na makikita mo kung maraming rally, maraming chasing. It is a factor, for sure.
As we mentioned about rally, let's see if this is gonna be a good one, no? But Puya, sabi niya, ayaw namin din ng long rally.
And again, BFP very balanced. I'm looking at the stats right now, and there are 6 players who have already scored for BFP. I think from these 6 scorers, 4 of them scoring above 5. Yan ang difference with AFP. AFP, merong 5 pumupuntos, pero isa lang ang nakascore above 5, which is Yonko. And I think that's what they need at the moment, no? Support.
And that's unusual service error from BFP, no? But look at the score. It's 10-7. Nag-start tayo ng 4-0 leading with AFP, pero talagang inunti-unti ng BFP. And now they're up by 3 points. Major Hake on the service line. Puyo now. Ang ganda nung angulo ni Puyo doon.
But you also see the confidence of the attackers, no, on the side of BFP. Minsan mabablock sila, minsan mag-e-error sila, pero makikita mo yung intention, no, when they get a set and go for the attack.
11-7. Look at that. Tinapik lang ni Diaz. But good save there by AFP. Osmilio. Puyo, isa pa daw. But this time, ang ganda ng receive ni Diaz. But, eto na. Si Pacardo scoring this, I believe the first time for AFP. Baka ito na yung call.
Well, I think that was called out. And the point goes to BFP.
Oh my bad. Ang ganda kasi nung atake ni Pacardo
Oo.
doon.
Alam mo, pero sayang nga because she had a good target. Yung cross court just went long.
Sabi ni Gang, wait lang. Si Puyo, tinapik lang yung bola. Let Mabayad. Puro tapik-tapik na lang si Let Mabayad ngayon, no? Esmilio, isa pa daw. Puyo again. Same spot. Denied again. Ang ganda ng posisyon ni Digia doon.
Such an efficient defender.
And look at that. Let Mabayad. Natatawa na lang siya doon sa ginawa nila.
Well, it's still a point.
A point is a point.
Point is a point.
And that's why you love Let Mabayad inside. No? Nag-iiba yung complexion ng laro ng AFP when Let is inside. Good receive by BFP. Diaz. Pacardo. Puyo again. Soft touch daw. Hindi pa rin nag-work.
Oh! You know, favorite yan ng mga pag nag-over ball. But, didn't make it for Pacardo.
Let's watch that last attack by Yari. Medyo miscalculation siya doon sa net. 13-5. This is 13-8. This is the biggest lead of BFP. Abellana.
And things just flowing very smoothly here
And you know,
for BFP rather.
and that's how strong the attack of Gang Abellana. No? Na-block na siya ni Yari pero medyo malakas talaga. So, tumagilid pa yung bola. Marifosque. Yari Yonko again. Bumawi. Bumawi na siya doon.
Oo, parang si Yari after parang lalang. Just chill.
At alam mo, pag na-scorean siya, automatic babawi siya after.
Oo.
Hindi pwedeng maisahan ako nito.
Oh, she scored 14 points already in this match.
Wow, look at that. So good service there by AFP. Abellana on the corner, but too much.
She realized it, no? Pag land niya, sabi niya, palabas talaga yun. No spin on that ball.
But look at that. I like their, parang their faces are very serious lang, but hindi gigil. At the same time, for AFP naman, I think mas relax na sila now. Although they're down by 4, but that's a good service ace. They needed that for AFP. 14-11 is our score. Now, this is Private Arian Frances Pacardo helping Yari Yonko for this second set.
They just need to make sure that they're able to challenge yung first ball, yung passing ng BFP.
Abellana giving a free ball for AFP. Marifosque. Yari again. But almost... Yari did it!
But, that's what we're saying also, no? That serve by Pacardo, hindi siya ace.
Yes.
Pero, she was able to break the play on the side of BFP. Yung return napakadali para sa kanila.
And usually, pag ganun kaganda yung service mo, wala nang magagawa yung kalaban but to give you a free ball.
Mahihirapan. And, that's the benefit that you get out of it.
Diaz. Yari. Nabitin doon si Betinho.
Too soft on that drop attempt.
I think the intention is there. Execution lang yung kulang. 15-12. Cosmilio on the service line. Marifosque.
Oh! Almost.
Good try.
Oh, good try. They have two blockers, but Yonko just really unstoppable.
Nakita ni Yari. Nakita niya na yung advantage. And if you see her, habing as a basketballer, if you see your shot, take it. So here, if you see your attack, you gotta take it as well. Marifosque. Yari with a soft touch. Diaz. Gang Abellana. But denied there. Pero sabi ni Gang, isa pa. Major Hake. Buhay pa yung bola. Osmilio. Gang. Buhay pa yung bola. Wow, nabitin.
Was too close to the net, no? Yung dig. Nagkatinginan ng si Betinho tsaka si Yongko.
You know, but that's a good rally. Sabi nga minsan ni Sir Seb, pag long rally, error lang yung makakapagpatay ng bola.
Yan, hihintayin mo eh, paano magtatapos. Sayang, no? Sayang, but it usually happens.
An unfortunate service ace for BFP. And medyo sumiseryoso na nakikita ko na yung mukha ni Coach Lawrence, no? Hindi na siya poker face na lang siya.
Alam mo kasi, nakakapanghinayang din the errors that they've been giving up, especially right there at the service line.
Ito yung mga, as much as possible, kaya mong i-prevent na errors.
No, the opponent is not forcing you to commit that error. But for now, Yongko taking a breather. Much deserved.
Much needed probably also.
Oo, di ba? And if, this game will extend, they will need her.
Dahil nga,
Perform, oo.
sobrang dikit nung mga first set natin. It's extended. Now it's 16-14. As you can see, Ongyot giving a free ball for AFP. Pantino setting up major hake. Osmilio this time. Gang. Nakalusot. Si Ongyot susubukan. But Pantino is there. Marifoske. Let mabayad.
Yeah, it was too slow also for Let. And basang-basa na ni Adolfo. Just look at this. It wasn't a proper approach as well. Adolfo just committing to the net.
Parang hindi pa siya ready nung pagtalo niya. Parang medyo bitin. So, but, attempting to cross the ball. 17-14.
Wow. The errors on the part of AFP.
Aside from a few errors, almost everything is just working well for BFP. No? Gumaganda yung coverage. The blocking is improving. Talagang nakikita nila pag medyo matatangkad na yung nasa harap. Nagdo-double, triple block na sila. And the good service by Gang. Osmilio setting up Adolfo. But medyo nabasa na. Nabasa na rin siya doon. As we watch this, Adolfo trying to, do that soft touch. Pero good read there by Betinho. 18-15. Marifoske. Pantino.
Ooh.
Si Let, tinapik na lang yung bola.
Oo.
Osmilio saving it. Sabi ni Marifoske, sige na nga, hindi ko tatapikin.
Saka, I think in that series, BFP looked very disorganized. They were scrambling to be back in position.
Ayan, kaya sabi ni Osmilio ngayon, relax daw.
Oo but don't panic. we still have a 2-point lead.
But look at this set. Second set pa lang tayo mga ka-UVL. This is only our first game and we have 2 more games coming up. But look at that. Good read by Puyo.
Itong BFP, I think what we are seeing from them at the moment, you see the composure. At one point, yung nabanggit nga natin, parang naging disorganized. Pero medyo mabilis silang bumalik. Oh. But that service line, really, there's something there.
I think that's how, I believe that's what, second, third already in this set?
Yeah. Sayang, these are opportunities wasted.
Again, yung errors, no? Minsan yun yung mga nagmamatter in close games like this.
And sometimes your coaches would say, minsan mas, I wouldn't say it's okay, but it's more forgivable if it happens within a play and your opponent forces it. Kaya lang at the service line, you are in full control.
Kumbaga, wala kang kalaban.
Oo, wala kang kalaban. Kundi yung kaba. Or maybe yung pagod. Pero, sayang siya.
Silet. Miscalculation there for Osmilio. But now kanina kasi lagi nating sinasabi, Silet, tinatapik-tapik yung bola. Ngayon, pinapalo niya na.
Sabi niya, Jess, eto ba?
Ito na. Is this what you're looking for? As we have a timeout from BFP, let's listen in.
Tapos, depensa. Rhea. Saka yung zone 1, yung si Tuyo, ano na, ikaw naman na lang doon.
Sino service? Sino service?
Saka yung hindi pa pinapalo.
Goal. Pagkatapos ng service, depensa ka na maayos. Sige, wala lang.
And we're back to our second set. 1918, of course, Coach Lawrence calling that time out dahil talaga namang dumidikit na itong AFP and they don't want to have AFP the momentum.
And some substitutions as well on the side of BFP. Some fresh legs to hopefully change the complexion of the second set.
Dahil nakikita nila na medyo mas dikit ngayon yung laban compared nung first set, no? I think this is AFP adjusting already as Puyo getting blocked by Let Mabayad. Adolfo trying this time, and it's good.
Adolfo, 12 points in this match.
And I think for AFP, no, you don't want to have 3 straight sets loss again dahil nung Wednesday natalo na sila ng PNP ng straight losses. And of course here at least, you know, ayaw mo nang maulit yon.
Tama. And again, like what we have mentioned earlier, there's a total of 14 games to be played. And AFP, 12 na yung naipakita natin during the pre-game. So yung kanilang natitirang dalawa, gustuhin mo, if you're part of that team, to be able to win your remaining games.
Yes, of course. And you want the momentum going to the next round, no?
Yeah.
Na high morale, maganda yung momentum. As we see, Yari Yonko over 3 blockers. Marifosque. Yonko. Good receive by Abeliana. Puyo trying this time. Same spot, but De Gia is in the same spot.
Oh! What a... Parang ano lang yan, diba? Sanay kasi sa pag-handle ng baril itong si Yung. Parang ganun lang. It's like a bullet dropping right there on the floor.
Dire-diretso yung
Bilis.
trajectory. Ang bilis ng bola. And we're tied at 20. Let Mabayad on the service line. Diaz. Marifosque setting Yonko. But no good this time. Sabi ni Puyo, iba naman. But Let Mabayad is there. Marifosque. Yonko with a soft touch. Nipales.
Ooh.
Puyo again. Andun pa rin si Let. De Gia. Free ball by AFP. Good attempt by...
Romo slowing things down. Medyo nagmamadali ng BFP, trying parang getting impatient in ending it. Romo, just, I'll put it there, placing lang.
And hinanapan niya na ng butas kasi parang pangatlong attempt na nila, hindi nakakapasok. Nababasa na ng AFP. Again, another service ace.
Service error rather. That's
Sorry.
7 for BFP.
Wow.
The stark difference. AFP has 1 service error para dito sa game na ito. While BFP, on the other hand, 7 already.
And that's, I believe, the story why our game is now tied. And I like the team, the BFP talagang they're reminding each other to relax. But now I think Coach Lawrence want to talk things over as we head into their timeout.
Malayo pa yan. Basta basic lang tayo, receive. Ha? Para may palo tayo. Okay. Go.
Receive muna bago kami magpalo.
Oo. Malayo pa yan. Salamat. Hey, fire!
Kinakabahan ako andun sa sinasabi ni Coach na malayo pa. Kasi 22-21 na parang gusto uli nilang mag-extended sets.
Sabi niya, pwede nating ipako yan sa 22. But they have to receive well. Coming from this serve from Pacardo. And Pacardo earlier No? She has one ace, pero yung ibang serves niya, talagang nahirapan itong BFP to receive.
And I think the much needed help of Yari Yonko. At yung kanina pinakita yun ng mga former Lady Gunners supporting AFP. I'm sure pati sila ay on their seats sa laro natin ngayon as Marifosque. Yari again.
Doing everything for AFP. 19 points for Yonko. Their next best scorers would be Mabayad and Pantino with 4. Sobrang layo.
19 and then 4 na.
And 4 is the next one.
Look at that. 23-21. Wow. It's gonna be a service ace para sa AFP. And this is the momentum that AFP needs.
This is what we have mentioned. It was a good rotation for AFP dahil si Pacardo, may karga, no, yung kanyang mga serves. And she really is able to challenge the receivers of BFP.
Now they're on a match set point na sila. Is it gonna be another ace? Naitawid ng BFP. Marifosque.
Kaya pa, sabi ng BFP, hindi pa tapos. Nagawa ng AFP kanina i-extend. Tignan natin kung kakayanin din ng BFP.
Nandito na, tinawag na ni Coach pabalik si Ongyot and Osmilio. This is the first 6 of BFP that finish that ating first set.
So, for errors though, Jess, parang
Yes.
kailangan perfect ang kanilang ikikilos.
Good service by Osmilio there. Yari. Gang trying this time. Marifosque. Good receive by BFP. Abeliana with the soft touch. Nakuha ni Marifosque. Yari Yonko trying to end it but hindi pa daw. Osmilio. Abeliana. Buhay pa rin yung bola. Let this time. Oh! And that's it for our second set. 25-22. Nakuha ngayon ng AFP. And look at that. This is Led Mabayad finishing our first set. Wag po kayong aalis. Magbabalik ang UVL Season 3.
Mahabang liga.
And we are back. This is still UVL Season 3. Just Constantino with Andre Mullacanda serving you the third set. Akala ko anong game? First game pa lang pala.
Oo, pero mas maganda yung turnaround na naipakita ng AFP in set number 2. But I think in terms of attacks, dikitan lang, blocking, dikitan lang, aces. Dalawa yung makikita natin, may isang lamang yung AFP. But like what we mentioned, I think yung hindi nakikita dito in the stat sheets are those serves na naibigay ng AFP na talaga really broke the pace of BFP. Kaya rin na-contain nila yung offensa to just 13. And this is a big difference because in set number 1, 22 attack points ang BFP. And they were able to contain it to only 13.
And of course, if you are AFP, at least yung isang goal mo na hindi mas straight set ngayon, nakuha mo na.
Oh yeah, kasi sabi nga natin, they're coming from a loss. And the previous meeting with the BFP was also a loss. So today is redemption. It
Yes.
could be redemption. And
Today you want to change the story, and getting set number 2 is already a good start for AFP. But definitely for BFP, hindi naman din sila papayag, no? We expected this. We want this kind of game.
yeah, and you know what? The third set is even more exciting because it's now an even playing field for both teams. And I think mentally, and for the confidence, yung makakasungkit nitong set number 3, maganda yung momentum na madadala as they try to at least win this match today.
So this third set, it's gonna be a question of conditioning, question of mental toughness for our two teams. Because skills-wise, I don't think malayo.
Oo, hindi malayo. And again, naging problema lang din talaga kanina. A number of errors given up.
As we start this ball game with a good service by AFP. So Osmilio now trying. Gang Abellana. De Gia. Yonko pushing that ball forward. Pumasok. Ang ganda nung palo na yon ni Madulid. And you know, in second set, no, we have to give credits to De Gia. Dahil yung mga, ang gaganda nung receives niya, talagang she's really saving the ball for AFP. And I think that was the difference nung first set and second set.
Tama. For AFP, who's also against a strong attacking team and BFP, importante talaga yung floor defense.
Now, May Madulid on the service line. And this is how you start when you're AFP, no? Ganito sila nag-start, no? I think we have a warning from AFP.
Fresh legs para sa AFP.
So ngayon, the question is how they can sustain the momentum. Wala sila at mabayad in the court right now. And Romo scoring for BFP. And I think siya yung game changer, no? Nung second set, maagang pinasok si Let Mabayad. Nag-iba yung takbo ng laro ng AFP.
And padalas ganyan, in every game, the strategy, call kung kailan ka magsasub, magpapalit ng players, and if you just pick the right one. Spark plug nga yung sinasabi ng iba. Kailangan isang magic bunot lang. If they deliver, hopefully, contagious yung energy nila and the rest of the team will follow.
And wow, isang service ace but binawi isang service error from Diaz.
Diaz, not a very good day at the service line. 3 service errors.
And in games like this, no, parang yun yung mga magmamatter at the end of the game. Good service there by AFP. Adolfo. Gang, tinapik lang yung bola. Marifosque. Yonko again. I wonder how many times I will say her name in this ball game. 20 points, Ann.
20 points. 20 points, pero merong iba pa dyan na mga attempt. No?
Yes.
Yung attempt that's given to her.
3-2 is our score. Gang Abellana in an unusual miscalculation of her attack.
So start para sa koponan ng BFP.
And I think itong si Gang, no, unusual because last time siya yung best player having 21 points but now medyo tahimik ngayon si Gang. And there's a point for AFP.
BFP, they need to compose themselves. Or just really organize on their end because 3 out of the 5 points of AFP coming off the errors of BFP.
And of course, ayan na. They're trying to do it one set at a time.
And itong si Romo, not one of the strongest hitters, but so far she's been catching those unmanned spots on the side of AFP.
Kumbaga ito yung diskarte.
Oh, discard, and she is able to get the point.
As a major Hackett trying but Abellana's there. Nepales. Nako, yun ang miscalculation ni Desa Puyo.
Oh, medyo mahirap palikod yung bola.
And I think ilang beses nang nangyari yun, no? Yung parang close to the net.
But again, these errors, 4 points given up by BFP.
As we have Bettino on the service line for AFP. Nipales. Osmilio serving. Puyo. Good receive by Madulid. Pacardo. Sabi ni Romo, isa pa. And this time,
You know, Romos, she's just saying, I'll play smart, guys.
yeah.
Kasi nakikita natin talaga, it lands on an unbanned spot.
Yes.
She challenges the blockers, and it works in their favor.
Again, not, as you mentioned, not the strongest attacker, but very smart player indeed. As, medyo,
Hirap yun, sabi niya. Sabi
Teka
niya,
lang.
tao lang ako.
nailang na rin siya. Kasi mismo parang, okay, wait lang.
Pero mahirap na yun because it was also near the antenna.
Yes.
Also very close to the net.
At sa haba nung kamay niya, alam niyang matatamaan niya na yung net. And good save there pa rin. May Madulid.
Uy!
At look at that, Osmilio with a smart drop dun sa corner.
Kitang-kita niya, no one right there by the net.
And you know, that's what I love about volleyball. No? Talagang nagiging creative na yung players with how they point. Usually, I think I grew up with just the usual attacks. Now talagang kanya-kanyang diskarte na totally the game has evolved already. 7-6. Yari on the service line. Osmilio setting up Adolfo. And it's good.
13 points for Adolfo.
Adolfo right now doing the job for BFP dahil medyo tahimik si Gang Abellana with only 9 points. Si Marie Fosque din, sinusubukan eh.
Oh, that one is long.
So it's gonna be a point for AFP. 8-7 as we have a report from Dana de Guzman.
Jessan Ann Iya Yonko is not backing down on this fight as she gives all her strength and offense and defense. But Jessan Ann, did you also know she just arrived in Manila early this morning from Cebu as she had to attend her kid's school event for the graduation of his son Forrest and also a recognition day for her youngest Gaia. So she flew into Cebu yesterday and came back to Manila today, showing how committed and she knows how important it is to win today's game. Now back to our panel.
Cute, Dina. Wow.
The commitment. Of course, you have to be there, diba? As a
Yes.
mom in these milestones of your children. But she also really respects yung commitment niya, no, dito sa AFP team.
And imagine, ginawang kubaw ang Cebu.
Maliit na ba?
Maliit na bagay to play here and score 20 points. But that's a little bit too strong for Madulid. But going back to Yari, no, committed of a player, committed of a mom. Grabe, wala na akong masabi.
You know, I recall also before that there were games na dumating siya, but prior to that, galing din siya sa training. And you know how physical their
Oh,
training
yes.
can be. So, iba-iba talaga yung commitment ng ating mga players dito.
And you know, minsan, yung iba sa kanila is a stress reliever. But before we continue, we have a timeout from AFP dahil nakakalamang na ang BFP. Pakinggan natin si Coach Miriam.
Sikip na maayos. Para makatakot tayo maayos.
Huwag na palayo, let's go. Gunnar!
And I think that's a momentum stopper for Coach Miriam dahil naka-abante na naman itong BFP and that's how second set started. But now, BFP trying to regain control in this ball game. As we have a Dessa Puyo on the service line. 10-8 na po ang score natin. Third set of our first game this Sunday. May madulid. Ganga Beliana.
Sabi niya, eto na po. But you know, she has to find a way. I think, to be fair, because litaw na litaw kung sino yung mga top scorers per team. Ano? So talagang binabantayan din naman talaga sila if they get the set.
And again, this is already their second meeting. This is round 2 of our eliminations. Nagkabasahan na yung mga yan. And I'm sure the coaches ready na. Alam na kung anong gagawin. As we see Pacardo with that attempt. Yari. Let Mabayad is in the ball game. Good save by BFP. As Gang another score for Gang Abellana.
With a little bit of help from the net. Yun eh, kind of changed the direction and the speed of the ball kaya nahirapan din yung depensa. Nakapwesto si De Gia.
Yes, ready na siya eh.
Ready siya eh kung hindi sumabit sa net.
And a good reception there by De Gia as Let Mabayad with that spin-off move. Pero si Gang,
Nabuhay.
buhay na.
Oo.
Parang after Adolfo, dahil wala si Adolfo right now in our court, no? So sabi ni Gang, sige, ako na muna.
Oh, earlier, napako sa 9, no, yung kanyang puntos. But she is now logging in 12 points.
And they're trying to pull away as Osmilio. And they were able to save that ball, pero ang bilis, di Mabayad.
Sabi, andito ako sa net. Hindi pa sila nakakabalik.
Yes.
Smart move right there.
And you know, if you're AFP, that's what you need because you're down by 5 and you have to cut it again dahil nga, grabe, pag nakalayo yung BFP ay mahirap na rin para sa AFP. So now we have Pacardo serving for AFP. Ang ganda naman talaga ng receive na yon. And you know, start with a good receive. Ang ganda ng pwesto, ang ganda ng pag-set, and now Diaz was able to convert that.
I think for BFP, they've managed to now get back on track. They have scored 9 attack points in this set, 1 service ace. Ang AFP, on the other hand, 3 attack points pa lang.
And I think that's too strong for Let Mabayad. Wow, 9-15 is our score. Of course, if you're BFP, susubukan mo nang lumayo dahil alam mong pagdikitan medyo mahihirapan ka with AFP.
Yung AFP kasi yung kapit is really there and they seem to play very well in pressure-packed moments.
Of course, if you're defending champions, sanay ka sa mga ganyan. But let's see.
Our linesman had called it in, but our first referee has ruled it in favor of
AFP. So they needed that point.
Interesting to see.
15-10 is our score.
It was a long attack.
Parang hindi block na De Gia. Betinho, free ball. Osmilio setting up Diaz, pero si De Gia nakaabang doon sa dulo. Osmilio, Romo this time.
Uy.
Eto na naman si Romo.
Gusto ko yung talaga, not so much force. I think she was really going for soft hit, pero tumama sa net eh. But even that goes.
Exactly. I think all of her points, no, yung mga utakan lang na puntos. But credits to her, they're now up by 6 as a good service by BFP. Yonko, strong hit. Osmilio setting up Ganga Beliana. Tinapik yung bola.
Saw that opportunity. Everyone was waiting for a hard hit.
Yes.
At nakita niya naka-atras eh. Umatras sila, umatras, but walang tao sa gitna.
Because I think, you know, Gang Abellana's reputation, ready na sila, but again, creativity and IQ of these players nowadays. As Osmilio getting the ball up. Adolfo this time.
It's not the first time she's done that. She always looks for that corner.
And Coach Miriam calling for a timeout. They need a ceasefire. Let's listen in to Coach Miriam go.
Kanina, okay naman. Kinapitan natin. Guys, trabaho. Kailangan natin naman, no? Steve, masyado. Let's go. Tara, kapit kami tayo. Masyado na naman. Ratel na naman tayo. Isipol, hindi pa natin nakukuha.
Let's go, guys. Kapit lang, kapit.
Kapit tayo, kapit.
Happy!
Gunnar!
Kaya, kaya.
As we heard Coach Miriam, kailangan talaga kalma lang Talagang pag nga naman medyo ganito nakalayo, I think ito yung mga napapansin nila over the past few games. Pag lumalayo na yung kalaban, AFP medyo nagra-rattle nga itong Lady Gunners. That's why, a little reminder, a little, again, sabi mo nga kanina, medyo palamagin ng konti yung BFP because 10-18, let's see how they're gonna come back from this 8-point deficit.
The attacks, the offense of AFP remains to be down, only 3 points. And Yonko is in the front line. Their chance to turn things around.
And look at that, talagang Yari trying to do everything, but definitely third set, she needs help. Nakikita na natin, medyo bagsak na yung balikat niya. Medyo yung pagod, baka nag-kick in na rin for Yari.
Imagine, here's only on her third set, she scored 20 points. And like what we mentioned earlier, yung sumunod sa kanya, na next highest scorer is at 6 points right now, which is Lidet Mabayad.
And the service ace. Eto na, bumabawi na si Diaz. 10-20, napako na dito yung AFP sa 10 points, And iba rin naman bumawi itong BFP.
Also, for BFP, kahit may kalamangan, no room to relax.
Yes. And look at that. Yari still trying. For AFP, 11-20. That attack was too strong for Diaz. Talagang yung bola, kahit na-receive pero yung trajectory, talagang mabilis. Mukhang malakas din yung impact. Now let's see, this is Marie Fosque on the service line. Good receive there by BFP. Osmilio, inangat yung bola. Ito na yung problema ngayon, Ann.
You see that BFP really getting their rhythm. Very smooth, composed body language.
And, if you have Adolfo and Abeliana at the same time, so was si Romo na silently, very silent yung points ni Romo, but still very effective for BFP. If you're AFP, what do you have to do?
Obviously, they will activate Yonko, but Yonko will be mad, just like what we have seen.
Yes.
And, I go back to the point that we have mentioned earlier. They can't rely on one person alone because it's really Yonko carrying the load. Imagine she scored 21. Ang next best scorer has 6. And then in Mabayad, and then Pantino with 4. And then the rest, parang hirap din, hirap silang pumuntos ngayon. Meanwhile, BFP, you see the distribution in terms of yung kanilang contribution sa pagpuntos. Nabanggit nga natin, Adolfo is there, Abeliana is there, both with 15 points. Ongyot scored 9. You have Diaz with 8. And Romo, ang silent operator, 6 points.
Everything is just working well. And you see how BFP walang nagre-relax. Look at that triple block kanina kay Yonko. Talagang parang they're going for the kill at this point. But yon, nabawi lang ni Gorillo at this time. Unusual error for BFP. But a welcome mistake for AFP at this point.
And for BFP, there's a lot of cushion at the moment. For AFP, I think they're giving Yonko a breather.
And it's gonna be, of course, everyone again has to step up for AFP. Dahil nakita niyo naman, pati I think this is Santiago scoring also for BFP.
The target is still right there. No? Long cross court, challenging the defense of AFP. It was a good way for BFP to turn things around.
And now, unfortunately, they're already at set point, no? But that error will extend it a little bit. Para nakahinga yung mga staff natin dito.
Pero para sa BFP, sabi nga natin, yung pag-turn around, they lost set number 2.
Yes.
Pero kalimutan mo na yung
Yes.
start fresh in the third set.
And look at that, Santiago finishing this third set with that attack, 13-25. What a convincing third set for BFP. Look at our highlights. Wag po kayong aalis. Magbabalik ang UVL Season 3 for our fourth set this game. And we are back. This is still UVL Season 3. Game 1 pa lang po ito, mga kaibigan. Look at our scores. Third set going to BFP, 25-13. And run us through the numbers for our third set.
You know, it was the shortest set played so far dahil matagal-tagal yung ating first 2 sets. But pure dominance by BFP in that last set. 16 attack points. AFP had a lot of problem in this department, producing only 4. And you'll see that pagdating sa blocking and aces, it went in favor also of BFP. I think nahirapan yung AFP in that last set dahil bukod sa 3 aces na to, no, there were a lot of strong serves as well, and AFP just couldn't convert points from their offense.
And let's see how this fourth set will unfold. Lahat tayo dito medyo hindi madaling sabihin kung sino yung mananalo because we see naman, we know the caliber of AFP. We know BFP as well. All I know right now is we're having a good time.
Oh yeah, it's a good game to watch. What a nice way to spend Sunday to watch these teams play. But I think all in all, para dito sa AFP, we have mentioned how they have heavily relied on Yonko. I think the expectation and what we will watch out for at this point, especially in set number 4, a must-win set for them, kailangan ng suporta.
Yes.
We need other players to deliver and really perform.
Definitely, tama ka sa lahat ng points. And dahil nakikita natin, good distribution as you mentioned for BFP. However, for AFP, talagang piling-pili yung mga players na pumupuntos para sa kanila. At the same time, for BFP, lahat nagko-contribute. Kahit nung huli, it was CJ Santiago finishing for BFP, no? As we can see, I think everyone's ready for our fourth set. And now this is Osmilio serving for BFP.
Osmilio has done very well in distributing the sets para sa BFP.
Pero good start, good read there by Betinho. So first point goes to AFP. Marifosque unable to get that ball across. Ito talaga yung magmamatter, no? Ito yung mga nagiging problema ng bawat teams ngayon, no? Lahat ng yung mga service aces na yan.
And in this service error for Olores, I think ito yung mga ayaw mong sayangin Ayaw mong sayangin na puntos. Now net violation. Adolfo says it's admission on that infraction at the net.
Alam mo, napansin ko, sorry, na pag-i-interchange ko si Olores at Maribosque. Almost same position. Pasensya na po. So na, ito na naman si Romo. But good save there by Yari. Betinho, same spot. Good this time.
And this is what we said before we started the fourth set. You know, there has to be more players bringing in the numbers. And Betinho, really a good start here, no, for set number 4.
Answering that call for AFP.
Oh,
Si Olores.
sabi, wait,
Nagulat siya.
nag-decide pa lang ako kung anong gagawin ko. Bumaba na yung bola.
Parang hindi pa daw siya ready. Napasigaw din siya dun sa ginawa niyang yon. But of course, you know, if you are AFP, ang hirap magkamali at this point. At the same time, yung lead ngayon pagkalaban mo BFP, hindi ka pwedeng maging kampante.
Definitely. Meanwhile, para sa BFP naman, you don't want to go into a 5-set.
Oh yes.
Because, you know, the grit and yung kapit ng AFP on a short set. Because the 5th set only is up to 15. Ayaw mo na umabot doon. Tsaka yung pagod Panig.
Nakikita naman natin, no, parang iba na yung takbo ng laro this sa 4th set. Ayaw na nilang patagalin to.
Oo, if you're BFP, if you can close it out here in set number 4, you should do so. But these errors.
Si Romo, nakita niya na outside yung bola na yon, so hindi niya na inattempt. So 5-2, but remember, we started 3rd set 4-0 if I'm not mistaken. Pero nakauna doon yung AFP, pero nahabol pa rin. Na-stuck actually ang AFP to 10. And now it's 5-3 is our score. Nothing is safe at this point.
Oh yeah, and itong mga service error, no, talagang very costly.
As we have a Romo on the service line. Good receive there by De Gia. Major Hackett trying. Osmilio setting up Adolfo. Good try for De Gia. Good try.
She was in the right
Yes.
spot. Just the positioning.
I think the attack was a little bit too...
It was high kasi,
It was
no?
high.
But she was in the right place.
Romo again.
Oh!
And it's si Pantino tiningnan eh.
Oh.
Mukhang outside from
Because
their perspective.
I think it was a floater. And if you look at the ball, para siyang palabas talaga. Its direction was going to the right sideline.
But is there a science when you do serving?
Alam mo, pag floater, yan yung sinasabi nila, no? If it gets into good contact with your hand, yan yung mga deceiving. Yung akala mo lalabas, biglang babagsak. And that was the serve of Romo right there.
And Osmilio trying to serve Puyo this time. But Pacardo getting denied there by BFP. Pacardo tinaas yung bola. Olores, Pantino isa pa, but Adolfo say no. Isa pa. But nakuha niya yung second attempt.
Was right behind the blocker. Sabi niyo, walang tao.
And yun yung mga spirit na gusto mo if you're AFP. Just try and try. If you see your attack, go for it. 6-5. Major Hake on the service line. Si Osmilio nagmamadali dun sa ano. But look at that.
Adolfo.
And you know, I think yun yung mahirap for AFP. No? Hindi mo na alam kung kanino patatakbuhin ni Osmilio yung bola. Everyone is contributing. Everyone is really converting. Everyone's doing their job. And look at that service. Is it an ace? No. AFP was able to save it. As Diaz trying to attack, but Yonko was there. Pantino. Gangabeliana. Setting up Puyo. Olores tinaas yung bola. Pacardo, but Adolfo is there. Look at that. Buhay pa. Sabi ni Gang, try ko nga.
And she gets it.
She gets it.
But I have to say, you're right, Osmilio, she is the person responsible for orchestrating all these points. yung kanyang distribution, yung kanyang desisyon kung kanino niya ibibigay. Nothing fancy at the moment just really efficient.
And if you're BFP, you'll be happy on that. Espilio to Diaz, but nabasa ng AFP this time. Gang. But Puyo, medyo ano ba, bitin?
I think, it's easier for attackers to get contact with the ball pag nasa harap. In that case, nasa ilalim si Puyo and she was too far from the net.
And that means we are tied at 7, and Espantino with that service.
Oh, wow. These are wasted points right here for AFP.
And you're right now, as we have a report from Dina de Guzman. Dina?
Jason, and one of the key in winning against offensive team like the AFP is defense, and not just on the floor, but especially on the net. Now, for Fanny Adolfo, who is the middle blocker, it is important for her to be able to deflect powerful hits from AFP and lessen the impact when it comes to their floor defense. Now, Fanny's goal for this game is to play better defense at the net and embrace the pressure to perform well as a middle blocker. Fanny shared also that coming into this game, she doesn't dwell on the pressure, but she just feels pure excitement. She also shared with me that before this game, she and her teammates went to a mass to ask for guidance and strength. Now, when I ask her who she looks forward to in facing off this match, it is no other than Iya Yonko, who is also a top middle blocker of the AFP. Now, back to our panel.
Thank you, Dina. And of course, that's Fanny Adolfo playing, I believe, her 3rd game since recovery. Isang buwan din siyang hindi nakalaro. Because of that. I think it's a tear calf, if I'm not mistaken.
But again, very good to see how she is back and seems to be in good shape.
Yes. And middle blocker pala siya, no? Pero parang akin attacker yung dating niya with the points, with how she's playing right now, no? Let's see this set as Yonko looking at a hole in BFP's defense. Hindi napapagod to si Yari.
Bawal kasi
mapagod.
Bawal mapagod. But I think for AFP, this is better distribution that we're seeing from the attackers. More players getting a chance to attack. And Pacardo, very steady right there at the service line.
And you see that she's happy with that service ace because they needed that point.
Well, 3 na ang kanyang service ace for this game. And not counted there yung mga pinahirapan niyang receivers on the side of BFP.
At ang maganda dito, dikit sila sa BFP, no? Dahil again, ayaw nilang nakakalaro. And now we're tied. Because again, ang ganda ng service. Ang hindi makareceive ng maayos ngayon itong BFP giving AFP some free ball. So medyo nakakaporma, nakaka-execute itong AFP.
That is how important the serve is. You really have to try and break the play of your opponent. Oh, and that one still goes her way.
Napatalo na siya doon. Akala niya short.
That gives them the lead. Yan yung mahihirap If it hits the tape of the net, the ball gets redirected, hirap basahin.
But so far, so good for Arian Pacardo. 11-10, lamang na sila ngayon.
4 aces.
Another good serve, but this time, binawi na ni Diaz. Tama na.
Tama na.
Ako medyo may deja vu Nade-deja vu din ba kayo?
Parang nangyari na.
Parang nangyari na to nung first set. At alam natin kung gaano tinagal ng set na yan. At look at that, Pantino. Olores serving Betinho. But so good there for BFP. Sigang yung mga patapik-tapik niya na yon. Nakakalusot pa minsan-minsan. But I think a miscommunication there from Nipales and BFP.
Emilio coming from the back. Inabot yung bola. And that's the thing also, hirap if you need to slow down your reception so that the setter would have some time to chase.
But now, BFP, the good thing is, for AFP, medyo nahihirapan ng lumayo yung BFP in this set, no? Talagang very dikit. Except for those errors na ginagawa ng AFP, yun lang eh.
Pero alam mo, itong si Yongko has been playing very well today. No? She has 23 points in this match and has only given up 3 errors. Or 4 errors rather. So, you see the consistency at talagang porsyento talaga siyang player.
You know, we're talking about player efficiency. Mataas itong kay Yari as Olores. Sinubukan ding itaas yung bola. Pero napaka-honest din naman ni Yari. Talagang tinaas niya yung kamay niya. At natapik niya yung net.
Oh no, I think it is Yongko going for that serve. Violation on the side of BFP. Sinusumbong niya.
Sinumbong. Okay.
Ref, sumbong ko lang yung net sa kabila.
And look at that. Pantino doing the job. Sabi naman ni Yari, thank you. Nagpasalamat siya kay Pantino na, thank you. Siguro helping me finishing as we have a timeout. Ngayon naman, I think this is BFP. Let's listen in.
Gawin niya lang receive na huwag niya bibilisan yung receive para kasi mahirap mag-gabol kapag lalo na hindi pa natin nakakapag.
And we heard it, I believe that's one of the assistant coaches talking to BFP dahil nga mahirap maghabol. Tama naman. Mas gusto mo nang ikaw yung hinahabol kesa ikaw yung naghahabol tapos AFP pa yung kalaban mo.
And right now, I think yung nakikita natin body language on the side of AFP, ibang-iba. Very confident,
Yes.
masaya silang naglalaro.
Humingiti na si Yari.
Humingiti na si Yari.
As that attack by BFP was denied. So Gang, susubukan uli. Pero eto na. You know, with BFP, yung mga ganyang leads na isa, dalawa, hindi ka pwede maging kampante kasi they can always come back.
That is a good sign as Abeliana goes for the serve.
Look at that. Talagang nagsascramble yung AFP with that service. This time, Gang again, cross court. Olores. Pantino with the attack. Pero too much for Gang. Eh, hinabol din niya.
Oh, it was also a very easy return, no? Para sa AFP. You see them able to set up properly for Pantino.
15-13 is our score. Fourth set pa lang po. And this is only our first game. We have a triple header today as we see Romo setting up Gang. Ang ganda ng atake ni Gang from the back row.
Front or back, it doesn't matter.
And you know, for BFP, you needed that kind of player na alam mong anywhere ay kayang pumuntos. And this is Romo serving for BFP. 15-14, they're down by 1 point only.
Oh, and you see, alam ni Pandino sabi niya, naku palabas na, kinuha ko pa.
And a good service ace there by Romo. And now we're tied. Ang bilis nilang hinabol. Wala pa yatang 2 minutes yung hinabol ng BFP. Good receive by Pantino. Olores. Major Hake. Ito na, yung hinahanap nating mga pangalan sa AFP. Hake, Pacardo, Pantino, Mabayad a while ago. And Bettino is now back. Wow. 15-16. Tahimik na yung mga nasa paligid ko ngayon.
Ikitan talaga yung laban. But it is a crucial set.
Yes.
A must win for AFP.
Definitely.
And for BFP,
Must close.
must close because ayaw mo na malagay sa alanganin.
But Pantino with that attack. And look at that, all smiling. Parang mas magaan ngayon yung aura ng AFP. 17-15 is our score.
Well, ang naging problema lang naman kanina ng AFP talaga, they were heavily relying on just one person. Now that they've activated the rest,
Yes.
you see how easy it can be for them, no?
And look at that. Good read by AFP. The ball is outside. 18-15. Alam mo, tinitingnan ko na yung game announcer natin eh. Andito ho kasi si IEL.
Kailangan mo i-explain sa ating mga
Kailangan
viewers
nating
kung ano.
i-explain. Actually, ang
Sabi ni Ai, wala na nga akong ginagawa. Pinag-uusapan niyo pa ako.
siya ay 5 sets.
Oh, ay.
So, look at that. Pantino again for AFP. 19-15. Tinatry nilang ipako ngayon yung BFP. So, 15. And we have a timeout. Pakinggan po natin.
Rapas. Ha? Diskarte. Receive ulit, ha? Receive. Susunod na yan. Hey, power!
And we're back to our very crucial, very intense ball game, 19-15. Of course, BFP trying to, slow things down a little bit for AFP dahil sunod-sunod yung kanilang puntos.
You see and you observe very good energy on the side of AFP.
Ang gandang receive doon ni Romo. Adolfo, and a good timeout by Coach Lawrence.
That's the kind of response you would like to see after calling a timeout.
Because again, lamang AFP ng tatlo ngayon. But again, we're talking about BFP here. You cannot be too complacent. You cannot be too relaxed. Diaz. Olores, tinaas yung bola. Pacardo, it's too much.
May halong gigil.
May halong gigil, tama ka doon. Kaya sabi ni Iya, huwag masyado.
Huwag masyado. Kailangan porsyento because they have been moving very well. Like
Yes.
much better movement. We're talking about AFP and ayaw mong sayangin yun. You wanna keep momentum pa rin on your side.
Look at that block by BFP denying Pantino this time dahil nakadalawang sunod na puntos si Pantino kanina sa harap, no? So, good adjustment there for BFP. But immediately, Coach Miriam's calling a timeout. Let's listen in.
Anong instruction sa inyo? Kapag may pumapalo, lalo ng mga import, lumapit na kayo sa Huwag kayo masyadong tiwala sa kasama nyo. Kailangan, cover tayo. Pag last na cover, attack ulit tayo. Ha? Huwag kayo mawawala. Walang mawawala. Tuloy-tuloy lang. Gandang ginagalaw eh.
And, good call, good timeout for AFP. Dahil tama naman, pinag-uusapan pa lang natin, maganda yung ginagalaw nila. Kailangan lang tanggalin yung gigil. I think they just have to go back to that a few minutes ago, AFP. They're still up by 1. However, yun na nga, 3-0 yung tinakbo ng BFP this time. And mukhang masasave ba? But hindi na. That's too much. Good try from Betinho.
You see Olores talking to the team. Sabi, okay lang. Bawi ng isa. And sometimes that's all you need, no? One stop muna.
Because 4-0 run by BFP there. Imagine, bilis sa habol. Pantino over 3 blockers. But nandun si Gang sa likod. Puyo. Nasagot ni Yari. Pantino save it. And that's, I think, 4 touches na. Tama?
4 touches. I think, hindi nabilang ni Yongko. She probably thought may touch, no? At
Yes.
bumalik sa kanila.
So now, 2019, suddenly, lumabas na. Adolfo on the service line. Good receive by Yari. Pantino, free ball. Osmiliod. Diaz this time. Tinaas uli yung bola si Pantino. Hindi pa rin nakakawala dun sa dalawang blockers. Iya to Abellana. Puyo. But it's a score. It's a point for AFP. Nakita ko na to.
Net violation, sharp eyes ang ating mga officials.
Very crucial calls ngayon.
Crucial calls. But itong tikita na to.
Napapangiti na lang tayo dito sa ating panel. Pantino, good service. Osmilio. Petino, free ball. Osmilio setting up Puyo. Ang ganda ng basa ni Pantino doon. Pacardo. Tinaas yung bola. Diaz, sabi niya, finally, pumasok na. Kanina niya pa tinatry yun. Pero wala sa posisyon si Pantino at this time.
Good balance for Diaz. Medyo napako siya, no? For a time, tahimik siya.
Yes.
Throughout the sets, she has 11 points. 5 attacks, 1 block, 5 aces.
Look at that quick and very smart move by Gang Abellana. Nakita niya butas. Akala nila babalik pa pero
Alam mo, it takes some control. Like, nakakagigil na. Gusto mong paluin ng malakas, pero siya yung tamang ano lang.
Sakto lang.
Saktong-saktong lakas lang.
And we have another timeout from AFP.
Kapit tayo, guys. Hindi pa naman tapos. Let's go tayo. Let's go. Ikaw lang ang reset lang. Para sa natin sa ito. Sa service area. Ano ba ako? AFP! Gunnar! Start ako, Cheche. Guys,
We heard it straight from Coach Miriam. Kung one play at a time. You know, isang receive, isang execution para sa kanila. Dahil 22-20, nakita na natin to, it's not over until it's over. Pero may mga nagdadasal sa gilid ko. Tahimik na sila.
Kailangan daw, mag-focus ang mga teams natin. Oo.
Osmilio setting up Diaz. But good receive by De Gia. Yonko with another miscom there for
And you see Yonko trying to calm everyone down. Sabi, isa-isa lang. Isa-isa lang tayo.
23-20. Look at that. Akala ni Iya kaya niyang paluin pero masyadong mababa.
Oh, and Pacardo naman, umaatras na, getting ready for her approach. Sa kanya napunta yung bola.
Yonko not good this time. De Gia. Olores. Iya, isa pa. Ito yung hinihingi niyang isa lang.
Oo, sabi niya, isa lang. And, you know, you just need to score that 1 point. And hopefully, turn things around. They have a good server at the moment. Because Pacardo, we did mention how she has 4 aces already in this match. The rest not recorded as an ace. Just, you know.
A very good service.
Yeah. Oh, did I jinx it? Know that, Arian, hindi yun ang aking intention. I was really giving you praise.
Yes.
You know, the consistent serve. But I guess ito yung pressure pack moments.
And you know, dito nasusukat yung composure ng bawat team in a crucial game like this. Osmilio with that serve. Yari, isa pa daw.
Sabi niya, kayang-kaya pa natin tong kapitan. They did it in set number 1. Nag-extend sila. It didn't go their way. But, you know,
it was a good game.
It was a good game and nahirapan yung PFP to close out that set.
And they have to capitalize now that Yari's in front. So, Olores, good service. Osmilio setting up Gang Abellana. But wow, look at that attack by Gang. And that's it for our first game. BFP securing that 4th set. What a showing by AFP. Wow. At ito medyo napakapit ako. Akala ko talaga gagana yung agimat ni Ai. But regardless, it was a good game for our two teams. Talagang ayaw magpatalo until the very end. And your thoughts on our ball game while we are waiting for our best player of the game?
You know, this win by the BFP Lady in with a 10 wins and the 2 losses record, tied with COMELEC and PNP at the moment. So such a very important win for them today.
And there's so much players who played really well, but who is our best player of the
Sabi
game?
nga natin, ang ganda ng distribution. The playmaker, the orchestrator of today's match is none other than their setter, Aizel Hosmilio.
And I think Aizel is now with Dana de Guzman. Dana?
Jesanan, I am here with the player of the game from BFP, Bansos Milio, who's the one capable of distributing all of the good scoring for BFP players. Now, Bans, medyo pinakaba kami doong second set, dikit na dikit yung laban. Nakabawi ang BFP, very strong, very dominant yung third set nyo. Ngayong fourth set, nakita namin na una si AFP pero nakabawi agad yung team. As a playmaker, ganong kalaki or ganong kabigat yung tiwala mo sa depensa ng team nyo at paano mo na-distribute yung bola?
So talaga kailangan lang po dyan, magtiwala ka lang po talaga sa mga kakampi mo. Of course, tiwala ka din sa sarili mo. Kailangan talaga nakaset yung mind mo kung kanino mo ba talaga, kung kanino mo ibibigay yung bola. Talagang, ayun, tiwala sa kakampi, yun ang pinakamahalaga po talaga.
Iwala sa kampe. Ngayon, gano'n ka-importante para sa koponan ng BFP itong panalo na to, knowing na may chance kayong makaangat at makadiretso na sa semifinals kapag kayo ang napunta sa rank 1 or rank 2? Gano'n ka-importante na makuha niyo yung win na to kasi may chance
Ay, talagang super-duper napaka-importante po ng game na to, ma'am. Talagang ang goal po talaga ng team is mag-champion talaga.
Now, that's all. Ngayon, meron ka bang mga gustong batiin at pasalamatan for sure?
Ayan po, maraming salamat po syempre po sa ating Panginoon po. Sa lahat po na sumusuporta sa UNTV Sports po, sa BFP. To our Fire Director, Jesus Fernandez, Sir, BFP Command Group, Sir Manuel, Sir Quanchu, advance happy birthday po, Sir. Our snappy officers, Ma'am Bella Chabe po, and family, salamat po ma'am sa pagpunta po live po sa pag-support po sa amin. Advance happy birthday po kay Ma'am Abakahin ma'am. Happy birthday din po kay Sir Mendova today po. Thank you din po kay Ma'am Joby and Sir Angot po. Ayan po, BFP National Capital Region, headed by OIC Sir Riano Sir, Quezon City Fire District, Unilab, Meralco, coaches po and training staff, syempre. Hello po sa Papa ni Mecca, hi! Sa buong BFP community po, sa aming pong regional director, and sa akin pong family po, kay inay, kay ama, kay mahal, hi! Yes! Ayan po. Sa baby po ni Ate V, ayan, ay. Sa baby po ni Ate Pane, hello! Sa Papa ni Mecca, ayan, nabati ko na. At sa family po ng teammates ko, ayan.
Again, congratulations to the BFP Lady Firefighters and Bansos Milio as the player of the game. You have a gift pack from our sponsors. Now back to our panel.
Thank you, Dana. What an interview, no? Talagang ang goal ng BFP iisa, makarating sa championship. But again, this is only our first game, and what a first game for us. And we have more incoming. Our next game is going to be COMELEC versus the NCMH or National Center for Mental Health. It's going to be another exciting matchup. Wag po kayong aalis. Babalik po ang UVL Season 3. Win in Sports, win for charity.
Action continues here inside the Paco Arena. This is the UNTV Volleyball League Season 3. Win and win, win on sports, and win for charity. It's match number 52 between the Commission on Elections Suffragettes versus the National Center for Mental Health Wellness Warriors.
Good afternoon. Action continues here at the Paco Arena. This is still UVL Season 3. I'm Jess Constantino together with my partner, Andre Mullacanda. This is our second game, no? After that first thrilling matchup. Now we have COMELEC Suffragettes playing against the NCMH Wellness Warriors. And let's talk about that first game.
That first game, sabi nga natin, we didn't expect less
Yes.
from both those teams and they did not disappoint. Nakita natin no, kung paano talagang lumaban yung parehong kupunan.
Yeah, you know, first set pa lang, it was an extended first set. Balikan ng panalo but BFP really trying to secure that win to continue their momentum for the next round.
Definitely. And later on, makikita rin natin no, sa team standings where that brings both those teams as we first look into the results for that first game. Ito nga yung sinasabi mo, Jess, first set pa lang, bakbakan na talaga itong dalawang teams na to. But ultimately, it was BFP emerging as the winner in this game. Talagang kung titignan din natin yung stats nila for this game, talagang alam nating pinaghandaan ng BFP pagdating sa opensa at yung kanilang serves talagang kargado. And we did say na kaya maganda yung nailaro nitong BFP. It's because of their playmaker.
Yes.
Itong si Vance Osmilio na talaga namang pinagtrabaho lahat ng kanyang attackers.
Talagang hindi nabasa ng AFP kung saan niya lalaroin yung bola. Pero gusto ko sana yung buhok niya dapat ganyan din kanina. And now we are going, let's talk about our games. The second set, this is our standing right now. Because of that win of BFP, ngayon gulo-gulo na sila dun sa taas.
Tama ka dyan. It is a tie in terms of win-loss records at 10-2 for COMELEC, PNP, and BFP. Kaya importante itong game na to for COMELEC because they need this win today to at least keep them number 1 sa ating team standings. And then you have here at the bottom half of the team standings, nandito yung NCMH. They still are looking for their very first win. They managed, later pag-uusapan natin to, pero itong NCMH, kahit wala pa silang panalo, they have challenged the teams that they've faced.
And
here.
as we mentioned, yung kanilang unang challenge, na-challenge nila ang COMELEC into a 5 sets in their first meeting noong March 12. Look at that numbers. Nakauna yung COMELEC ng 2 set, pero what a surprise performance from NCMH. Nakuha nila yung set 3 and set 4. Although COMELEC, of course, closed it at a 15-4 dun sa set 5.
Sabi nga natin, kulang lang ng closing or ng panapos itong NCMH. COMELEC, of course, maintained their composure and they did close the 5th set in a very convincing manner.
And as we see their leading scorers during that round 1 matchup, of course, for COMELEC, it's the usual. Jen Rowley, Sabas, and Nuval. At the same time, for the Wellness Warriors, we have the usual Tin Morales, Portia Lim, and Sandra Linaco.
And of course, we will expect that these familiar names, together with the rest of the squad, will perform and deliver today.
Yeah, pero before tayo magpatuloy sa ating game, meron daw segment. Tingnan natin kung sino yung kikilalanin nating kapunan ngayon as we send it today na De Guzman.
Just ngayon nga ay meron tayong special video para kilalanin ang isa sa mga COMELEC players na si Vicky Hernan. Panoorin natin to.
Serbisyo publiko, ika nga doon sa panunumpa sa kawani ng gobyerno, trabaho ka ng lampas sa takdang oras kung kinakailangan. Yung takot namin doon na meron kasing time na, alam mo may mga bomb threats before, sa totoo lang, meron. Yun yung mga time na parang natatakot din kami. Ako po si Victoria La Chica Hernan. Ako po ang Executive Assistant ng Office ng Executive Director. Nandito po ako sa Komisyon ng Halalan since 1987. From there, nandun ako before sa Personnel Department, and then nalipat ako sa Office ng Commissioner's Office hanggang sa mapunta po ako dito sa Office ng Executive Director. Serbisyo po talaga sa publiko ang una kong trabaho. So ang trabaho po ngayon is tulungan po ang i-assist si Executive Director Chupisto L. Elnas sa lahat po ng mga ibinabatong trabaho sa amin. Ang ginagawa po namin is tinutulungan po namin ang office ni Chairman with administrative and operational matters po para po sa election po, lalo po ngayon sa darating na halalan. Nagtrabaho ako dito, doon ko nakilala yung sa husband ko, so dito kami nagkita. Then from there, nagkaroon ako ng 3 anak. So lahat sila ngayon nagtatrabaho na. So iba na ang ano ko ngayon. Actually yung focus ko ngayon is work na lang nga din. And yung mga alaga ko, na mga fur babies ko. Actually po, nung college ako, pinagkuha ako ng father ko. At I think that was in 3rd year college yata or 4th year nga. Pinakuha niya ako ng civil service exam. So sabi ko, bakit? Sabi ko, ayoko magtrabaho sa government service. Bakit ako doon? Gusto ko private. Kasi alam naman natin, iba ang trabaho sa private, mas malaki ang sweldo compared sa government service. So, sabi ng father ko, malay mo, makatulong yan sa'yo. And then, during that time na pag-graduate ko, wala na ako magawa. Sabi ng father ko, kasi dati siyang con-con delegate from Sorsogon. And kilala niya si Chairman Ramon H. Felipe. So, during that time, sabi niya, gusto mo ipasok kita? Bahala ka. Sabi ko sa kanya gano'n. Sige, sabi ko, okay lang. So, yun nga, napasok nga ako, doon ako nakapasok during the time of Chairman Ramon Felipe. And then, from there, doon ko na-realize now na maganda rin pala sa government service. Kasi, nakakabigay ka ng, kumbaga ba, public service serbisyo sa tao. Nakakatulong din ako kasi kung ano yung mga kailangan naming ibigay, iparating ang mga mensahe namin sa publiko, na nakakatulong din kami sa pamamagitan ng mga trabaho na kung ano yung kailangan na hinihingi sa amin. And at the same time, siya yung parang naging bread and butter ko din. So, malaki rin ang tulong niya kasi yung 3 anak ko, together with my husband, na dito rin nag-work from 1987 din siya, nakatulong siya sa aming dalawa para maikataguyod namin yung pamilya namin. Being po kasi na since matagal na kami dito, siguro yung challenge before sa akin, kasi syempre manual counting nun, so medyo mahirap talaga nun ang trabaho. Unlike ngayon, automated na, mas mabilis na ang lalo na yung proclamation natin, mas mabilis na. Yun ang modernization, ika nga. So, yung struggle doon, yung pag-shift, medyo nahihirapan kami ng konti. Siguro yung sa work, kasi marami ng committees, marami ring empleyado sa komisyon. So, yun lang yung naging struggle ko. Pero for now, okay naman na kami. Ako si Victoria La Chica Hernan, Executive Assistant ng Office of the Executive Director, ang inyong public servant.
Suffragettes. Now I'll be turning you over to our court announcer, Ayi Elma, to begin the match.
Presenting our officials for this match. First referee, Ryan Vincent Corpus, national referee. Second referee, Jeff Lopez, international referee. Let us now meet the starters for both teams. First, for the Commission on Elections Suffragettes. Let's start with our opposite hitter, number 1, John Damanlapin. Outside hitter, number 4, Javen Sapas. Another outside hitter, number 8, Dan Gendrauli. Setter under team captain at number 9, Jane Yumang. Millblocker number 10, Sandy De Los Santos. Millblocker number 12, Odds Nocon. Starting libero at number 2, Joanna Lopez. Head coach of the Suffragettes, Alan Yumang. Calling on the starters for the National Center for Mental Health Wellness Warriors. Let's start with our outside hitter, number 2, Maria Sanchez. Another outside hitter, number 5, Rizal Perez. Millblocker number 6, Portia Lim. Millblocker number 18, Mariales. Setter number 10, Yeye Ego. Opposite hitter under team captain at number 15, Sandra Ajon. Starting libero at number 16, Chai Coro. Head coach of the Wellness Warriors, Arnaldo Dino.
And we are back to our set, game number 2. This is NCMH playing against COMELEC Suffragettes, and our starting lineup for COMELEC, we have Yumang, Gendrauli, De Los Santos, Nocon, Sabas, Manlapit, and Lopez as their libero. Meanwhile, for the NCMH Wellness Warriors, we have Costillas, Ajon, Flores, Miralles, Lim, Perez, and Coro. So it's gonna be an exciting matchup. And again, first meeting to 5 sets.
Oo, sabi nga natin, no, even if NCMH still has not gotten a win, they have managed to challenge, the teams that they went up against. Isa na doon yung COMELEC.
Yes, and this team is not going down without a fight indeed. And Coach Arnaldo Dino, sabi nga na learning experience for them, but he's actually looking forward for the next season. No?
Pero yan ang nakikita natin, like what we have mentioned, we are in the 3rd season. Most of the teams na pioneers dito sa UPL, nakita natin yung kanilang pag-angat year on year. And for NCMH, they are a new squad.
Yes, this is their first year in the league. Last Wednesday, si Coach Arnold, yun yung mindset nila. They're gonna take everything, all the lessons here. If they're gonna get a win, then that's good also. But definitely, it's gonna be lessons for next season. Talagang, yun na yung thinking nila.
Forward-looking.
Yes.
Meanwhile, ang COMELEC siguro, nabunutan na ng tinik dahil tapos na ang...
Yes! Congratulations, of course, to our COMELEC team and sa lahat po na bumubuo ng COMELEC, starting with the commissioners. Congratulations for a successful election.
Tama. And all the other government branches that took part dun sa making sure na peaceful at saka orderly ang ating elections.
Yes.
So siguro nakapractice na rin sila after, diba? Nakahinga na, sabi nila, ito na yung stress reliever natin.
Yes. But we see it's tied at 2 points. Medyo familiar names, no? Medyo kilala natin itong mga teams na to. Now NCMH on the service line, Yumang serving Sabas. And that's gustong-gusto ni Jane yung combination na yun, no? With Javen and of course si Dan Gendrauli. Ito yung mga pangalang babanggitin natin ang paulit-ulit for the COMELEC.
At sila rin yung nakita natin kanina. Yes. Nagtatrabaho. Yan ang life nila outside of the court. Yun yung kanilang day-to-day.
Talaga, may ano sila, may appearance.
Oo, gusto ko yung reaction natin dalawa. Uy! Uy!
So hindi sila, kumbaga, hindi dumb employee, no? Talaga empleyado.
It is. For most talaga na nandito, no? They have their day jobs. And this they do out of passion talaga.
And I think stress reliever nga, as you mentioned.
Kahit stressful yung game,
Oo.
stress reliever. They like that,
As ngayon, medyo, kalmado pa yung laro natin. It started at 3. As we have Portia Lim on attack, pero nasa luyon ng COMELEC. Sabas. Lim again, nasa luyon ni Dan. Javen, isa pa, sa kabilang corner naman. Angat pa rin, long rally. Pero yun na, binabaan na ni De Los Santos.
Sandra. Ano ba yan? Hindi tayo makapatay. But I think they have learned, coming from that first meeting against NCMH, they now know better.
Yes.
They cannot relax dahil kayang-kaya silang i-challenge ng NCMH.
And they know na siguro nung first round ay nagkagulatan pa because they really have no idea. This is a first game ng NCMH, hindi pa sila nagkakakilala. But now probably there's a lot of adjustments as we see Portia Lim trying to cross the ball over. Pero ayun na, si Team Morales. But let's see, kaya bang itawid? Natawid ng NCMH yung bola. Javen on the side. Lim again in the center. Ayan na si Dan Gendrauli, pero nasagot yun ni Morales. Mukhang marami tayong long rallies para sa game na to, no? Sabi niyo, may sumigaw sa likod ng Porsche. Narinig natin yon.
Pero wala, hindi umabot.
Hindi umabot. So 5-3 is our score. And now Sandy De Los Santos on the service line for COMELEC. Ang ganda ng service ni Sandra doon. Naiangat ni Perez kanina, no? Pero yun nga lang, medyo bitin. Wala agad tumakbo sa harap.
Every second, it matters.
You know, if you're NCMH, definitely sa 14 games na nalalaroin mo ngayon, ang dami mo na sure na lesson na nakuha to prepare you for the next season.
And alam mo yung isang mabubuo pa dyan, as they play together more, yung chemistry. Because I think that's the edge of the other teams. They've been playing together for a while now, so you know that the chemistry is there.
And as Ego crossed that ball over. Ego setting Portia Lim, pero nasa luyon ng COMELEC. Isa pa daw. Pero nandun si Manlapit. De Los Santos, cross court. Ang hirap ngayon ng NCMH kasi si Team Morales nasa likod.
They have to activate John and Lim.
Ayan na, pero maganda yung intentions again, but the execution, nabitin doon si Portia Lim. 7-4 is our score.
Very slow start dito para sa NCMH. 3 points given up para sa COMELEC.
Javen Sabas on the service line. Good receive there by Perez. At on, ayun, yung mga hinahanap nating pangalan.
And using her left to adjust, dahil nasa bandang kaliwa na yung bola. Look at that adjustment.
Ang ganda nung discarded din ni Adjo. Nakita niya medyo maluwag dun sa zone 5 na yon. Pero eto na, si Dan Gendrauli. And now we have a report from Dana de Guzman. Dana?
Yes, and the COMELEC Suffragette is looking for a comeback after their last appearance on May 4. While during their 2-week break, they mentioned that they were not able to train, of course, to make way for the election season. Now, team captain Jane Newman also shared with me that they only went back to training last Thursday. And now facing NCMH, they are also sitting out 3 of their players due to the election and COMELEC duties that they have. Now for COMELEC, of course, regardless of the team standings now, it remains crucial for them to avoid giving their opponents any chance of outplaying for this match. Back to you.
Thank you, Dana. Wow, what so we are seeing 8-man team for COMELEC right now, no? Dahil kakatapos lang ng proclamation I believe last Saturday for the senators, and I know there's still proclamation happening on Monday for the party list naman. But yeah, I think dalawa lang yung nakatayo doon,
I
or
think
tatlo.
they have 10 players right now.
Okay, 10 players. But
10, oo. Pero I think yung isang sinabi pa niya, no, they only started training again last Thursday. And they didn't have a game last weekend, of
Yes.
course, because they were busy. So I guess those are also factors for today's match. Kung gaano kabilis din sila, and sure pagod yan physically
Yes.
also.
definitely dahil although mas mabilis yung election ngayon, but I'm
Oo,
sure
yes.
the preparation itself talaga namang I'm sure maraming busy tong mga to.
Pero itong si Jen Rowley, parang miss na miss niya ang paglalaro.
Malaki yung blocker sa harapan sa gobyerno natin. Okay. Again, focus tayo dun sa receive. Kaya naman ibigay, kaya naman pumalo. No? Kung magda-drop ball kayo, yung drop ball kung gusto mong kapitan, dalawang kamay ng gano'n, sa tapon, kasi yung ginagano natin ng bola. Nakaabang na eh. No? Every time na binabalik natin ng bola sa kanila, mas mabigat yung balik sa atin. Kaya kailangan yung atake natin, kaya natin kagad patayin yung bola. Ha? Oh, sure.
As we see Coach Arnaldo Dino calling that timeout, a few reminders for the Wellness Warriors dahil lumalayo ang COMELEC. Now as we see, this is Nocon, Odds Nocon doing the service for COMELEC. Mirales, back to Nocon. Sandy de los Santos with that hit. Hinahanap ko. Gusto kong batiin ng maayos yung COMELEC headed by Commissioner Chairman Erwin Garcia. Congratulations po sa buong COMELEC at sa lahat also ng department, no, na talagang nag-assure that this is going to be a successful and peaceful election.
Meanwhile, itong si Danica trying to make sure makakuha sila ng puntos.
Of course, if you're COMELEC, kilala natin to na ayaw na nilang umabot sa 5 sets tong laro na to. Parang hindi pa kami nagpapahinga ng maayos, Jess and Ann.
Oo, kaya
Parang,
kung maaari lang.
Oo, kung maaaring matapos natin to ng maaga, ay gagawin nila as they're still on the lead. 13-6. Si Odds Nocon still on the service line.
Pero si NCMH, kung pwedeng makagulo
Oh,
sa
yes.
standings, bakit hindi?
Why not? Diba? Ang mantra nga daw nila lagi ay nothing to lose, everything to gain.
Totoo naman yan. Tinan mo, John, left and right,
Yes.
pwedeng ipampalo.
Talagang hahanapan pa rin ng butas. And I think this is what makes this NCMH exciting for next season. No? Kasi nakita ko, I started covering UVL last season. BFP, of course, AFP yung nag-champion nun. But now looking at the teams, BFP, AFP, PNP, I was so surprised how the team has improved talaga.
And like what we were talking about earlier, no? Sabi mo nga, even the players really see the difference. And
Yes.
it must feel good. Kasi
Yes.
pinaghihirapan nila. And it's
Correct.
the regular trainings that they have to commit to on top of their day job.
And as we
Yung iba pala hindi day job.
Oo nga.
Iba night shift.
Night
Oo,
shift.
pero nakakapag-ensayo.
Yung iba, mga 12 straight
Oo,
duties,
yes.
ganon. As we see a good service from Dan Jandrauli. COMELEC, inangat yung bola. Nakalusot pa. Si Jane, nakatalikod niyang binato yung bola na yon.
Napapalakpak siya sa tuwa because that went over.
15-7. Again, this is our second game of a triple header this Sunday afternoon. Pero ang saya, no, medyo, maganda na yung weather natin today.
Oh yeah.
Hindi na sobrang init.
Hindi na sobrang init. Although there are, ang aga,
Oo.
the rain is already there.
Pero parang nag-iinit pa rin. Itong dalawang teams natin ngayon, COMELEC is starting to pull away. 16-7, Dan Jandrauli on service, but it's too much this time. If you are NCMH, no, ano yung mga bagay na kailangan mong definitely work on and i-develop for the next season? As we have
Let's
substitution.
look into the substitution.
So Flores will be in, Costillas will be in. I believe that's Ego setting for now and Sanchez.
I think for most of these teams, no, yung consistency and the way that they play. But that's something that you get also over time.
And
Regular
sabi
trainings.
ni Coach Dino these players, most of them daw, first time sa gantong liga. So I'm sure yung adjustment
Oh yeah,
ay malaki.
Tapos may mga camera pa. And then, syempre it's a mix of players So some of the players pa syempre have stopped playing for a while. You have to revisit again
Yeah.
yung ating mga muscle memory sa larong volleyball.
As Teen Merales wasn't able to get that point for NCMH. 18-8 ang score natin. So have a substitution. Reyes coming in and Perez uupo muna for the meantime. 18-8, Jane Yumang on the service line for COMELEC. Good reception there by NCMH. Costillas, tinalon yung bola. Akala ko papaluin.
Oo nga, made it too easy for COMELEC.
At Razos, naitawid. Mirales trying, but Razos is there. Yumang. As Sabas, but si Adjo nakaabang sa likod.
Oh, not a very strong start for Mirales. Very unlikely.
Yes. And si Mirales, sabi ni Coach Dino, time first daw. As we listen to Coach Arnaldo Dino for this timeout.
Walang intensity sa loob ng game. No? Nakita nyo lang lumaki yung lamang, wala na yung ginagawa. Bigyan natin ng antok, kahit na malaki yung lamang, kunin natin bawat isang punto. Yun lang naman yun eh. Depensa, tapos set, yung palo. Okay? Pawihan natin, malapit lang. Ha? Hindi bibigay. Yo!
Coach Arnaldo Dino, oo nga naman, parang hindi naman mainit, no? Pero nakukulangan siya sa intensity nitong laro ng NCMH ngayon. Very unusual even for Teen Merales as we see Jane Yumang giving that point to Wellness Warriors. 19-8.
Minsan hindi lang din sa amount of points but for the coaches, they look at the body language of the team. And yung ang sinasabi nga natin, minsan kahit magkamali ka, okay lang naman dahil tao lang. But yung pagbawi has to be immediate. It's just in their case right now, they are throwing so many points.
The effort should be there, but Costillas, medyo too much yung energy or yung attack doon sa huling play na yon, no? Now, this is Sandy De Los Santos.
Oh.
Wow, this is second service error for COMELEC. Parang yung dalawang teams natin ngayon, the body language is very different. This is a very different COMELEC.
Mabagal, no?
Mabagal pa.
I recall one team saying medyo parang diesel sila. O baka today ganun din, parang diesel, matagal mag-warm, matagal mag-init.
Nagpapainit pa. As we see Portia Lim scoring for NCMH. And ito yung sinasabi ni Coach Dino, no? Bawat puntos pagtrabahuhan. They have to earn every point as well. Hindi yung pinamimigay lang nila yung puntos, especially for COMELEC. Muntik pa yung service na yun.
Buti nasungkit ni Sandy.
As Adjon scoring for Wellness Warriors. So ito yung mga pangalang titingnan natin, no? Si Adjon, si Portia, and Merales for NCMH.
Oh.
But a service error there for Flores. 21-12. Parang kung gaano kabagal yung first game, first set natin. Hindi ko alam kung ginijinx ba natin But ngayon medyo okay naman to. Okay
Oh,
naman
but-
yung set na to.
Per NCMH, 9 out of the 21 points galing sa kanilang error.
Yes.
Kaya rin siguro kanina, no, si Coach had to
Call a
really call a
timeout,
timeout.
Dahil umpisa pa lang and you don't want to start that way. Flores. Adjon. Na-save ni Sandy but now giving a free ball for NCMH. Flores again. Adjon aatake. Ang ganda ng reception ni Sabas. Mirales. Flores setting up Costillos. But si Jay nandun sa likod. Sabi ni Dan, isa pa. Pero ang naset si Costillas.
Sabi niya, thank you sa regalo.
Yung set na yon para kay Dan pero umover. So si Costillas yung pumalo but the opportunity for Dan Gendrauli na talagang, ano ba tawag doon? I-drop
It
na
was
lang.
a really strong drop
Yes,
ball.
strong drop
Oh,
ball.
hindi palo eh.
22-12 pero wow. I think this is the third service error, tama ba?
Yeah, for COMELEC.
For COMELEC. Unusual errors for this team.
Andyan na rin siguro yung pagkakampante because they have such a big lead.
Yes. They have a lot of space, kumbaga. Pero, again, if you're COMELEC, gusto mo magpahinga agad, you want to finish it as much as possible.
And I think it's because they just came back after a weekend
long break, yes.
long break, we can say that. Gusto mo itong game na to, ito yung mag-uumpisa ng momentum mo ulit. So you want it to be at least good movement para sa team, no? So that it carries over to the next few games.
And this is their 13th game out of 14 for the eliminations. Definitely, they want to win this game to make sure na dahil nagkakagulo na yung top 3 natin. They're all tied at 10-2. So now, definitely, a win here will place them at the first.
And after kasi na to semis na eh.
Yes.
So it's a very important phase, sabi nga natin, no, in our season.
As that single block by Dan Gendrauli giving them a match point for our first set. Medyo mabilis yung ating first set ngayon, 24-13. This is Razos on the service line. Received by Adjon. Adjon aatake. At pinalitan ni Dan Gendrauli.
Sabi ni Dan, ano nangyari dito? Ano nangyari doon? Sumobra. Inis na inis siya.
Kasi parang dalawa silang magre-receive. Napalo ni Javen. So yun nga, no, medyo slow. Pasensya na po kayo. Kami din medyo nadadala lang din kung anong nangyayari sa harapan namin ngayon. But that's Manuel crossing over the ball. Mirales with an attack. Pero nasagot yun ni Javen. De Los Santos, free ball. Adjon. Ooh. Unlikely miscommunication. At ganun-ganun lang. That's our first set already. 25-14. Wow, parang nagmamadali nga tong COMELEC, no? That's how they want to finish this ball game. And wag po kayong aalis. We'll be back. This is UVL Season 3, Win in Sports, Win for Charity. And we are back to our Sunday triple header. This is Game 2, COMELEC versus NCMH. Medyo nagmamadali po ata ang COMELEC ngayon na tinapos nila yung first set in 20 minutes.
And we'll see that while in terms of attacks, no, dikit naman silang daw. It's not, mas marami silang nagawa but hindi naman nalalayo sa NCMH. It's really the blocking and the aces that made a big difference, no, for COMELEC. I think also NCMH trying to get a feel of their game. Even Mirales, no, couldn't really get the rhythm in
And
that last set.
Even the body language, medyo, even tahimik sila kanina, but now we see na medyo nag-iingay-ingay na itong Wellness Warriors, and it somehow, you know, it affects their performance, it affects their game pag medyo masaya silang lahat. But now, let's see how this second set will unfold. We have Mirales, Flores, Zulueta, Ajon again, Lim, and I think that is Costillas for NCMH. Meanwhile, for COMELEC, we have Nuval, Aisom, Gendrauli, we have De Los Santos, Yumang, Razos, at yung nagpalit, I think that's Lopez. 20 minutes, one set. I think our fastest, if I'm not mistaken, 15 ata. In 15
Oh, for the whole...
for the whole set. I think we had that 2 games ago. 2 days, yeah.
Yun ang nagmamadali. May lakad talaga sila
And I think that was with
pagkatapos.
PNP and NCMH, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, now we'll see if there are adjustments, you know, in the roster.
But you know, we can never be sure. Remember, yung first meeting ng dalawang teams na to, first 2 sets nakuha ng COMELEC, pero pagdating ng third and fourth set, nakuha ng NCMH. Kaya nag-fifth set. As De Los Santos, maagang free ball para sa NCMH. Pero nakita ni referee, no, na dinakot ni De Los Santos yung bola over the net.
Sandy is like, ha? Umover na eh. But, I guess yung attempt din ng attacker, no, on the side of NCMH helped.
So Mirales on the service line. Good receive by Razos. As you see, Mirales setting up Porcelain. Pero bitin.
I think for Lim, ano, na medyo nasa likod yung bola eh. Ang hirap ibaon if it's not in front of you.
And this is, I think, the third time already that same thing happened nung dalawa nung first set, and then ngayon, isa starting the second set. Danjan Drauli on the service line, akala nila mag-outside.
Well, it
Tumama sa net.
medyo pumina sa tape ng net eh. And I think there was confusion because ang dami nila dun sa middle. Oh. There's one player who kind of moved up.
Yes.
So it confused the people at the back.
So, Porcelain with a good receive. Flores serving. Porcelain aatake, pero ang ganda ng receive ni Gendrauli.
Oh.
Si Abby. Parang nakita natin yung same scenario kanina.
Oo, pero mahirap naman yung ginawa ni Noval. I mean, dikit talaga sa net,
Yes.
ano? He had to reach for it. Sayang, because upon landing, dun pa siya pero ng net infraction.
So you have Costillas getting the ball over. Noval.
Bawi agad.
And that's how, kung kanina first game natin, si Romo yung silent operator, dito sa COMELEC, normally itong si Noval.
She's not one of the tallest players, but, sabi nga, naaasahan.
Yes. Very efficient. At si Costillas hitting that from the back row. Eto na naman, si Abby Noval.
Sabi niya, I may not be that tall, but I can jump. You see the leaping ability is there.
So now 4-2 is our score. Jane Yumang still on the service line. Costillas with a good receive. Flores. Pinalo na naman sa back row. Yumang serving Sandy. Alam mo, parang tina-target nila si Costillas, no?
Well, it is working so far.
I think same spot for the last 3 plays para sa COMELEC.
And if you're hitting from the middle, you can't really hit the ball straight there. So you'd always look for those 2 sides. Yun ang ginagawa ni Sandy.
Another service Service ace for Jane Yumang. 4-0 run ang tinatakbo ng COMELEC at the moment. Flores. Portia, binigay yung bola sa COMELEC. At si Adjon, siya naman ngayon yung susungkit ng konti at nagpupuntos para sa NCMH.
She was in a better position to put that over.
Zulueta with a good service. Yumang serving Sandy. Sabi ni Mirales, wait lang. And Adjon with another same spot. Actually, same style.
Oh, she is going for the drop balls. I think tinitignan din niya yung coverage in front. Walang tao.
Their service, Jendrauli. Yumang setting up Razos. Lim with atake pero nandun sa likod si Jendrauli. Abby. Flores. Adjon again. And still good.
Right now, for NCMH, it is Adjon carrying the load, the attacking load.
Look at that attack over Sandy De Los Santos. Dahil medyo tahimik, no? Tahimik pa si Tin Mirales.
Yeah.
In this
Only
moment.
2 points so far. Adjon with 6. And si Adjon yung sinasabi natin kanina, okay to He can hit from the left hand or the right. And yung power nung left meron. Right on cue.
Ayan na nga.
Ginamit yung kaliwa.
Pero nandun si Abby Flores setting up Portia Lim. But andun si Nuval at si Sandy. Sabi ni Abby, ako naman.
Oo, and yun, ginawa niya ng paraan but found a way to score. Medyo alanganin din yung set.
Ang galing, pinadulas niya dun sa blocker yung bola. 7-5 is our score. Si Coach Alan, pag tinatanong ko yan dati, pag ako'y nagko-courtside, lagi siyang tsamba lang. Pero 7-game winning streak.
Humble. Kaya ng pagka binibigyan ng compliment, ay,
Oo. Lagi siyang tsamba lang daw yung 7-game winning streak nila. As we have a point for NCMH this time. 7-6. Ito na, dumidikit ang Wellness Warriors dito sa second set. Portia Lim on the service line. Good reception there by Abby. Si Mirales naman ang pupuntos. Eto na, ngumingiti na siya.
Oo, sabi niya, ito na. Naka-warm up
Gising
na
na,
ako.
gising
But
na.
I think what is working for NCMH, their drop balls.
Yes.
The coverage of COMELEC parang has not adjusted yet to that.
As we see that good service. Pero si Abby nagmamadali. Buti na block ni Mirales at Adjon. Flores. Mirales papaluin but medyo napalakas. As we have a report from Dina de Guzman. Dina?
Yes, and for Wellness Warriors with 2 games remaining this season, both the coaches and the players still believes in their ability to secure a victory in UVL Season 3. Now, they recognize the potential within their team. However, closing out games has proven be a challenge. Now, when I spoke with Coach Dino, he noted that they are struggling on mental toughness as they need to learn not just to win a set, but also the game itself. Now, during their huddle before coming into this set, not much was said by Coach Dino, but just encouraging words. Bawi, ingay sa loob, and enjoy. He also joked about their reward if they win this match. This is not other than 4 boxes of pizza and ice-cold soft drinks for the team. Now, back to our panel.
Thank you, Dana. Parang, Coach, pwedeng kasama kami dun sa boxes of pizza.
Kahit hindi, Pwede nang Coach, narinig namin, meron pala.
Coach, baka nandyan na.
Nakapag-merienda muna, Coach.
And I think for Coach Dino, again, taking all the lessons in, mental toughness is something that you don't learn right away.
Oo, and yung sinasabi natin, like team chemistry, yung mental toughness, of course, iba Iba yung mindset ng players dapat. And for some who may have played in the past, but you have stopped, 'di ba? Kailangan mo ulit yun Kailangan mo siyang sanayin ulit. Nakakapit ka and reaction, how you respond to these pressure-packed moments.
And it's, I think, again, by experience, no, that you develop that mental toughness by, again, closing out games, closing out sets, then eventually closing out games. But I think with how they are performing, may mga bright spots naman. You know, so I think next season, I won't be surprised kung sobrang iba na itong NCMH because that was also how other teams started.
Yeah, especially if the team can be intact, ano, talagang you'll see the growth and the development of each one.
And you know, we're talking about NCMH, but at the same time, yung COMELEC in this set, hindi rin sila nakakalayo. This is 10-9 ang score natin. 1 point lang ang lamang. At binawi na agad yun ni Team Merales. So now we're tied at 10.
For NCMH, you know, these simple adjustments, they've been digging well. So defense-wise, mas maayos ngayon and more balance, no? When it comes to offense. Kanina kasi si Ajon lang yung pumupuntos.
And ito yung sasabihin natin, it's only a matter of time. As we see Coach Alan Newmang on screen. But then Dan Gendrauli almost missing that service. Ito na, si Costillas. Pero nandun yung dalawang matangkad sa harap ng COMELEC. Mirales. Gendrauli, but Abby from the back row. Si Flores, hindi nakita ni Zoleta na sa kanya sinet yung bolang yon.
But Flores taking accountability for that lapse. Sabi niya, ako yun ko.
So 10-11, nothing to worry about at this moment. This is, I think, a better set.
Oh, definitely a better set for NCMH.
Yes. And look at that. But it's outside. Nakita na ng COMELEC. Medyo malakas yung palo ni Costillas at that point. Now, this is Shaila Tan serving for COMELEC. 10-12 is our score. Flores. Merales. Ayan na. Nagsisimula na si Team Merales.
That was fast. Ano? Now, 6 points here in this match. She did not produce much in set number 1.
Pero bumabawi dito sa ating second set as that's an ace for Team Merales. Diesel.
Diesel medyo tumagal lang yung kanyang pag-warm up.
Kaya lang, eto yung sinasabing nababawian sila ng mga service errors na yon. 13-12. But you know, with yung intensity ng game natin talagang medyo mabagal at this point, no? But hindi rin malayo yung score natin as Gendrauli on the service line for COMELEC. Yumang, Abby Noval, aatake. Flores, sabi ni Lim, isa pa! Pero nandun si Jen. Flores. Mirales, free ball. Yumang, Sandy, drop ball, pero nandun si Lim. Si Lim, hinahanapan na lang niya ng butas yung bola. But Abby Noval at wala. Yun ang nakahanap ng butas.
Siya ang nagwagi when it comes to closing out, getting that point rather.
Ako minsan nagiging tongue twister sa akin yung pangalan ni Dan Gendrauli. Danica Gendrauli. Nagiging Jen siya sa akin eh.
For short.
Jane as Abby Noval. Soft touch. Pero nandun si Flores. Mirales from the back row. Abby Noval again.
Oh.
Pero meron tayong
net infraction. I think, you know, by now,
pa rin itong COMELEC. Long rally. Flores. Ajon.
Oh.
Pero outside.
Errors
again.
You know, the intention was there. Kasi
yun lang. Kinapos doon si Danica.
she is left-handed. so bitin para sa kanya, no? Kailangan niya
Hindi pa siya nakapwesto nung binigay sa kanya yung set ni Jane. So now we're tied at 19. Adzon on the service. So far, may tatawid ba ng COMELEC? Free ball para sa Wellness Warriors. Ito na naman si Tin Merales, but this time, pangiti na lang si coach na.
Well, dikit pa naman. It's not a huge
Yes.
lead. They will be on the receiving end. And they've been quite steady, with their first ball.
Brazos on the service line. Flores. Merales with a drop shot, pero ayun na. Nakaisa na siya.
Oo. Actually, parang maaabot yung bola But the COMELEC team, parang hindi nakuha agad, di nabasa agad.
Tayo agad at 20. Ang ganda ng pag-receive ni Noval doon. Sandy. Danica. Angat ang COMELEC. Mirales, papaluin. At nakakalusot.
Oo. Minsan hindi talaga kailangan malakas. Kailangan maganda lang yung pacing.
Dahil dyan, first time natawag ng timeout ni Coach Alan yung mga of COMELEC. Let's listen in.
Basta tayo, set tayo ng maayos, ha? Kayong nasa loob, kayo nasa loob eh. Ayaw nyo ba dyan? Magsabi kayo kung ayaw nyo, papalitan namin kayo. Binibigyan namin kayo ng chance na nasa loob, maglaro kayo na maayos. Okay? Sige lang, basta lang tayo siya.
Dito ka palagi nagagaling pag sabi ko sa down. Di ba ang dapat mo galing dito, patras, ikaw dito ka nang gagaling papunta doon. Dapat dito dito. Kaya naman ang cover ni Danny kaya ni. Cross court, same defense sa cross court, ha? Go, go, go.
Sobra! Yes! Go tayo! Go tayo!
Of course, we're back to our ball game. Nakita ni Coach Alan na kailangan niya nang mag-time out dahil nakalamang na ang NCMH in this set, 21-20.
But really, the improvement in offense on the part of NCMH, malaking bagay. They only produced 8 in set number 1. They're now at 14.
Yes. But look at that, 22. Dahil, I think is it a violation from the COMELEC. Babalik na si Perez for NCMH. Feeling ko yung rotation din ngayon ng COMELEC, no? Dahil limited manpower, but unfortunate service error para kay Keps Flores. Bawi na lang daw, sabi ni Coach.
Okay lang, hindi naman na galit.
Yes.
Dahil hindi naman din malayo.
Yes.
And they still have this 1-point lead. They also have a good rotation at the moment with Mirales in the front line.
Yes.
They will get a chance to attack, and I suspect that, of course, they'll be setting to Mirales.
Flores, eto na nga. Pero si Yumang na isave ang bola. Javen, bibigyan ng free ball ng Wellness Warriors. Flores, setting up Tin Mirales again. Ayun na nga. Nahuli si Shailatan doon.
And we expect that they'll almost always, go to her. We're talking about Mirales when she's in front.
Since nandun na siya sa harap, syempre, you want to take advantage of that opportunity. 23-21. Tin Mirales serving. Ganda ng service na yon. But Javen Sabas, look at that. They're at the match point. 24-21. And that calls for Coach Alan Newmang for another timeout. Makinig tayo.
May doubt lang muna tayo ng isa. Tapos sino magsiservice sa susunod? Huli natin. Kaya natin yan. Sige lang. Pamasa lang muna. Side out na tayo isa.
Pitak na rumisip ka. Kaya pinaswit na dyan, kailangan mo rumisip ka. Kayong dalawa. Dani ka, yung dito sa side, kung kayo makuha ito.
Cover nyo na yung local.
Kapit tayo. Sobra! Yes! Go tayo! Kapit!
Look at that. You're seeing NCMH at set point in our set number 2. Sabi nga ni Coach Alan, isang magandang receive lang. And they were able to do that. Let's see how they will convert this. Pero buhay pa ang bola. Naitawid ni Porcelain. Gendrauli. Yun yung sinasabi ni Coach Alan.
Oh, they just need that one. But this also means bawal kasi silang mag-error na, no? Otherwise, NCMH can close out the set.
Yes. But at 24-22, hindi pa tapos. Dahil alam naman natin ng COMELEC, kayang humabol sa mga gantong pagkakataon. But Adjon, papaluin from the back row. Yumang, tinaas yung bola. Nuval. Flores ngayon. Porcelain ang atake. Nasagot ni Gendrauli. Isa pa from Avi Nuval. Costillas. Buhay pa yung bola. Sabas. Free ball for NCMH. Flores. Porcelain. Isa pa daw pero bibigyan ng free ball ang COMELEC. Yumang setting up Javen. And that's in. That's a point for COMELEC. 24-23. Ngayon si Coach Dino naman ang tatawag ng timeout. Let's listen in.
Pagbigay sa atin ng bola, siguradong magandang bola, takas ang bola, hintayin nyo muna umangat sa kanyang atakihin. Kasi walang diin yung palo eh. Ganun yung palo natin. Paano ng todo? Isa't isa lang yan eh. Papatay sa atin o papatay sa kanila. Kasi yung ginaganon lang natin. Ha? Sige, let's go. Ipag tayo.
1, 2, 3, wellness! Warriors!
And we're back to our ball game. Pareho tayong natawa dun sa sound effects ni Coach Arnaldo doon, no?
Oh, in short, ayaw niya ng palo na hindi command.
Yes.
Gusto niya ng mas authoritative point. But itong COMELEC, ito yung sinasabi nating kapit, really holding on to this set. Parang hindi na to bago sa atin ngayong araw na ito. Mga nag-extend na sets.
Hindi ko alam kung anong nangyayari, but we love this. We are now on an extended second set. Gendrauli on the service line. Ang ganda ng receive ni Mirales doon. Porcelain. Pero outside, ngayon naman, medyo malakas yung palo nitong ni Portia.
She's struggled here in this set, giving up more errors than points earned.
Alam mong seryoso na dahil nakatayo na si Coach Alan at this point.
Hindi siya naninigurado.
Yes. Mirales from the back row. Yumang setting up Sabas. Nasagot ni Mirales. Flores. Buhay pa yung bola. Abi Noval. Ba't nandun si Flores? Costillas. Long rally. Abi to Mirales. Flores, binalik kay Mirales. Yumang at si Abi, tinapos na. Sabi niya, tama nito. And that, what a comeback from COMELEC. 26-24 is our score for our second set, no? Napangiti na si Coach Alan Yumang. And wag po kayong aalis. We will be right back. This is UVL Season 3, When in Sports, When for Charity. keepers for our second set. Medyo mas matagal ngayon, no? 30 minutes yung tinagal ng ating second set.
Half an hour. Looking at the numbers, mukhang mas maganda yung performance ng NCMH pagdating sa opensa. We did mention that while the game was ongoing. They only scored 8 in the previous set. Pero kahit 12 lang ang naipuntos ng COMELEC, they did very well at the service department. And NCMH just ultimately gave up more errors than they should have. 9 points given up. Ang COMELEC may 7 points na naipamigay. But I think ultimately dito, we also saw how COMELEC scored the points when it mattered. The crucial points, hindi sila pwedeng mag-error no? And they held on to that. They were able to close it out.
And at least, again, this is a better set for NCMH. Pero nakita rin natin yung sinasabing, yung closing out games for NCMH, yun pa yung something that they really have to work on in the next few games, maybe in the next season. Kasi nauna silang naka-24 nung second set. Hinabol lang talaga ng COMELEC, 24-21 hanggang nagtuloy-tuloy itong COMELEC. And that really says about the discipline at yung composure talaga nitong Suffragettes.
Chemistry is there, definitely, para sa koponan ng COMELEC. And we always go back to that. I think it's because it's during these crucial points that you see the players can handle the pressure.
Yes.
At saka yung mental toughness. Yung sinasabi rin nga for NCMH, that's what they need to develop. Dito sa COMELEC, ay hindi ako gi-give up, di ba?
Yeah.
Kahit 1 point na lang, mako-close na ng NCMH.
And now we are starting our third set as Danica Gendrauli. Talagang maaga pa lang. Parang gusto nga niyang magpahinga, no? Talagang sabi niya, sige na. The earlier, the better. Dahil alam natin, baka may trabaho pa rin sila after this.
Pero alam mo, yan yung sabik maglaro.
Oo.
Pero ayaw patagalin. Yan.
And good block there by Danica as Abby Noval. Pero gumaganda, no? Yung reception din ng NCMH, nakikita natin, nasasagot na nila yung mga mabibigat na atake nitong COMELEC. Gendrauli again with that soft touch. Minsan nagkakailangan pa itong NCMH. It was a miscommunication on the part there of Ajon and Flores. Nagkatinginan sila kung sinong kukuha.
And those are the simple things, Simple things na minsan nagkakaroon ng laps.
As Javen Sabas, medyo overpowering. Feeling ko gusto niyang targetin doon yung zone 4, pero overpowering. Medyo malakas ng konti.
I think cross court, and she was already, yun yung danger, If you're already facing that angle, high chances for the ball to go long.
As a service ace by Sandra Adjon. Gusto ko yung lineup natin. Meron talaga siyang pronounced as Adjon. Good job sa ating mga writers.
Because
dahil,
it guides you,
yes.
Of course, we also want to address our players correctly.
Minsan pag may hindi ako alam, tinatanong ko, tama ba yung pag-pronounce ko ng pangalan mo? But
At
here,
saka, si Ai, pinapakinggan ko kung paano i-introduce.
Correct. Pero si Ai sana ay wag gumana yung kanyang agimat, no?
Yun din ang sabi ng COMELEC. Kasi gusto ng COMELEC. Pero for NCMH naman, ang hinihingi nila,
Gagana.
Ai, paganahin mo naman.
Si Ai Elma po ang ating Coliseum announcer. Pangalan po niya ay Ai 5 sets.
Kaya inaasahan ng NCMH na gumana naman in their favor today si Ai. Si Ai talaga.
Si Ai talaga. And tied at 3 again for our early in the set. Si Jane Yumang, no? Kinalabit yung bola dun sa kabila. Jane Gendrauli from the back row. Flores setting up Team Merales. Pero hindi nakatawid yung bola.
Second set was very good for Ting.
Yes.
She was more consistent, warmed up already as opposed to set number 1. Ito, sabi ni Tin, tao lang din nakakamali. She's been consistent.
Yes.
Since Set number 2.
But definitely itong COMELEC, parang pag nasimula na rin nila, ang hirap na rin mag-stop. Gendrauli again from the back row, pero nasagot ni Portia. Costales, makikipag-agawan kay Nova. But look at that, medyo hindi ready doon si, I think that's number 12, si Nocon. Tied at 4. Good service by Flores. Jane Yumang setting up Sabas. And it's good.
Sabas scoring off the block.
Ito na naman tayo sa mga di kitang puntos nitong COMELEC and NCMH. Sobrang malayo dun sa first set nila. But Flores now setting up. But, oops, medyo miscalculation doon kay Perez.
I think that was tough for Perez.
6-4. Jane Yumang now on the service line for COMELEC. Flores. Mirales, papaluin. Nasalo ni Danica. Nuval, may buwelo. Pag may buwelong ganon, alam mo na eh.
Oh, and, you know, mataas talaga siya tumalon. You see the explosive jump
Yes.
is there that allows her to, you know, really hit the ball properly.
At yung angulo ng katawan, alam mong may bigat.
The wind up, yung
yes.
wind up ng kanyang arm, no, to get some power.
Mirales, pero hindi na nakuha doon ni Gendrauli. 7-5 is her score. COMELEC still leading by 2. Now it's Tin Mirales on the service line for NCMH. Good receive by Noval. Manlapit, pero bitin. Masyadong malapit si Manlapit dun sa net.
Some errors right here for COMELEC.
At a good service there by Tin Mirales. Talagang tinarget niya si Noco. Nakita niya medyo alanganin yung pwesto. So now we're tied at 7.
And usually, you know, for servers, you try to avoid the good receivers.
Yes. Gendrauli, aatake mula sa likod.
Oh! Ito yung never take your eyes off the ball. Nuval was moving to her spot but took her eyes off the ball. Tumalikod siya eh.
At ang ganda, saktong-sakto yung pag-dive doon ni Sandra Adzon. As we have a report from Dana de Guzman. Dana?
Jessen and COMELEC's main gunner, Dan Gendrauli, admitted that the last few weeks was very busy but fulfilling for the COMELEC Suffragettes. And even though they have missed team trainings, Gendrauli continued to keep herself in condition by doing individual workouts herself. Now that they are playing without their main libero, Sarmiento, she also prepared herself mentally that they will have to work double time when it comes to their defense, acknowledging that service receive and floor defense is what they were lacking on the extended second set. Now, speaking of receive, coaches are also challenging their imports before coming into this set. If kaya nyong kunin ang first ball, akuin nyo na. Now, let's head into this timeout.
First ball, receive muna tayo. Diba? Tapos yung bumabalik na atake, hindi naman malakas, pati hindi tayo makadepensa. Asa likod naman yung number 8 eh. Okay? Sige lang, kaya niyan. Pag ganyan pag-isip kayo tulad doon, inangat yung bola, tsaka ka pumasok. Huwag ka sumaksak doon, wala pa yung set eh. Hindi nyo mapapalo ng matino yun. Okay? Import, tumulong na kayo sa receive. Abi!
Jane, porsyento ka muna. Ha? Kailangan natin makuha itong puntos na para makikita.
Sobra! Let's! Voting!
As we hear Coach Alan Yumang reminding everyone dahil nga ang laking factor no, na wala kang maayos na setter at wala ngayon si Sarmiento and they have to fill that spot for her. Lalo na ngayon at talagang dikitan, I think that's a big factor for COMELEC.
Actually, libero duties, dyan mafe-feed yung gravity, ano, dahil they man whatever spot. May ano yan eh, may weight syempre dun sa inyong depensa. And now, the imports are being asked to step up.
Medyo may isang tawag doon si Coach Alan na inaddress ni Jane. And now our score is 10-8. Lamang pa rin yung NCMH. This is Javen Sabas on the service line. Mirales. Si Flores, sinuntok na lang yung bola. Buti na itawid. Flores again. Serving Costillas rather. And it's a good.
Chance for COMELEC to
Pero outside.
Yeah,
Yung
it is
tira
out.
ni Costillas.
COMELEC has a chance to at least tie it with NCMH.
Let's see. Atake si Portialim. NCMH, tinaas yung bola. Pero may pito tayo from our referee.
A double called on that set. Usually, that's what the referees watch out for. Kung gaano katagal yung bola sa kamay mo, lalo na kung siniset.
And now we're tied at 10. Ang ganda naman ng diskarte ni Abby Noval on that one.
12 points for Noval in this game.
And Javen Saba still on the service line para sa COMELEC. Of course, kung ikaw yung COMELEC, gusto mo nang makalayo at matapos itong set na to at itong game na to, no? Jane Yumang. Abby. Nasalo ni Adjon. And this time, this is Costillas scoring for NCMH. Yung factor, no, hindi makalayo yung COMELEC. Dito sa yung last two sets natin, hindi na sila nakalayo after yung first set natin was 8-25. But now, 14-25. Pero ngayon, talagang dikit na itong Wellness Warriors sa COMELEC. As Abby Noval with that attack.
Not so silent anymore, sabi ni Abby. But I think for COMELEC, the reason why hindi sila makalayo, one big adjustment on the part of NCMH, they really improved their offense. So it wasn't just them waiting for COMELEC to make mistakes. Talagang pumupuntos na. It was a good turnaround, no? From 8 attack points, naging 15 doble.
And as we see another attack point from Sandra Adjon. And now we're tied again at 12. Hindi mo napapansin yung game, no? Hindi naman na siya slow, pero parang tied pa rin sila.
Very tight indeed. But si Danica, sabi ko, teka, ito ilayo na natin.
Eto na. Nasa harap na ako. Ang ganda din ng set doon ni Jane. As we see, we have Chandaman Lapit serving for COMELEC. Good receive there by NCMH. Pero si Mirales aatake. Jane. Jendrauli again. Usually, pag yun yung combination na Jane Yumang Jendrauli, alam mo na puntos yung kasunod eh. Iba na yung connection ng dalawang to.
Yumang, of course, has been a very steady playmaker for COMELEC.
Manlapit. Flores, inangat yung bola. Adjon. Jane, pinasa sa likod. Javen Sabas. At aatake si Portialim. Pero nasalo ni Javen. Jendrauli with that good drop. Is that drop shot? You call it drop shot? Or
It wasn't a hit definitely, so it was a drop ball. Look at that.
sorry na.
Very slow and steady, pero inaangat ng COMELEC, no? Isa-isa.
Inuunti-unti nila. And it's not the big hits. Portialim. Pero nasalo doon ni Sabas. Pero ito daw yung big hit.
Sabi niya, wait lang kayo, guys.
Minsan feeling ko naririnig nila tayo.
Right on cue, wait lang kayo, guys.
As we have another timeout from Coach Arnaldo Dino of NCMH. Makinig tayo.
Ganun na yung service, oh. Alam mo, mataas yung bola eh. Ganun mo muna bago kayo lumuso. Okay? Ganun naman yung bola eh. Wala namang ganun yung bola eh. Hindi tayo makatake, hindi tayo makaikot. Si Tintin, iikot na. Okay? Bakit tayo? Receive muna ulit. Focus muna tayo sa receive, saka tayo matake. Okay? Go! Huwag mo ganun, pag alanganin ka, huwag mo ganun isaksak ng bola sa net. Ha? Go!
We're back to our ball game. We heard it, Coach Arnaldo Dino with some reminders for the Wellness Warriors. Dahil nga medyo napapako sila, maiiwan sila dito ng COMELEC. At kanina nga medyo dikitan itong laban natin. As Portia Lim with that attack, pero nasagot ni Abby. Knock on for free ball. Flores setting up Adjon. Ang ganda ng coverage ngayon ng COMELEC. Pero si Abby talagang umaatake. Adjon will try again this time. And it's good this time. Si Manlapit natawa. Pasensya na daw, sabi na kay Coach.
Oo, pero, I think this is NCMH also heeding to the call, diba, of Coach. Because sayang yung lamang nila. What they're unable to do is to just play consistently. I think, maganda naman yung pinapakita ng COMELEC, not taking any credit away from them. Pero right now, nothing fancy also eh. They're playing very well, going for yung mga porsyento nila na kung iisipin mo, you've seen NCMH pick up those kinds of attacks, nakakadepensa ng maayos. It's just that napako eh. No? Nahirapan silang umusad after that 12 point.
And yun yung sinasabi ni Coach dahil nga yung receive nila parang nagiging unstable na, so nahihirapan pag mahirap yung first ball mo, ang hirap maka-execute ng play. But let's see how they will continue. Hindi naman malayo, 17-13, apat lang lamang ng COMELEC, but this is our third set na good service there by COMELEC. Eto na si Tin, pero nabasa yun ni Jane. Flores, Tin Merales again. At ito yung gusto ni Coach Dino. Pag nasa harap kasi si Merales, they have more chance of converting yung mga plays nila, no?
But they also need to help Flores, diba? For her to be able to set up properly, kailangan yung kanilang first ball ay maganda.
As we can see that I think that is Gendrauli. Yes, Danica again. Mga drop ball ni Gendrauli, very effective. Sometimes you don't have to play fancy volleyball eh. And I think we'll be receiving a
warning. Usually, it is the team captain who gets to discuss, talk, clarify with our first referee. Nagkakainitan ng konti, but game will continue.
Of course, if you're Coach Arnaldo Dino, medyo dikit kasi yung laban. Yung mga ganun, yung mga crucial calls. But we continue with our ball game as Jane set it up for Sabas na nakakita ng butas doon sa harap.
This is a more controlled set para dito sa koponan ng COMELEC. They started off slow, but they were able to turn things around. You'll see that the way they move, the plays that they do, the returns that they have, really more polished than it was earlier.
As we have a timeout from Coach Arnaldo Dino of NCMH.
May focus tayo sa loob ng lane. Ano naman yun eh?
That's good.
Huwag niyong bitawan, ha? Huwag niyong bitawan sa loob. Huwag niyong bitawan.
Release! Warriors!
We are back to our ball game. 19-14 is our score. 5 puntos ang lamang ng COMELEC. This is third set. A chance for COMELEC to close this game in straight sets. Gendrauli with a service. Good reception there by NCMH. Merales aatake. Jane Yumang serving it for Abby Noval. And it's good.
Noval doing a lot of damage here. But also Yumang making the right decision in this match.
Alam niya kung kanino niya ibabato yung bola. Alam niya kanino isiset yung play. As another good service by Gendrauli na ang bilis bumalik dun sa back row. Look at that soft touch ni Abby. Kanina kasi yung talon niya na yon, ang lakas ng atake. So ngayon, grabe yung transition. Grabe yung change, you know? Parang how do you do that? On air, magpapalit ka bigla ng, sige.
It's the hang time, diba? But also, itong si Yumang, talagang feeding on the fire dun sa kanyang mga attackers. Pag effective, you go to that attacker. Sayang habang mainit.
Oo. And of course, the attackers not failing Yumang as well. Talagang converting those points. Pero isa pa daw, sabi ni Val. But this time, Merales gaganti ng puntos. 21-15.
Merales is saying, let's stop the bleeding first.
But ang na-miss ngayon dito ng NCMH, talagang yung scoring ni Portia Lim. She's not converting that much in this game. I think yun yung kulang for NCMH, except for the others that we've already stated. Now we have a Sanchez on the service line for NCMH. Good receive by COMELEC. Noval, aatake. Buhay pa yung bola, pero mag-e-error doon si Tin Merales. Hindi na naman niya naitawid yung bola.
Well, she had to adjust. But, alanganin talaga, the clearance is too low.
22-15 is our score. Yumang on the service line.
Whoa.
At wow. Service ace para kay Jane Yumang. Hindi ko alam kung yung body language ba ng NCMH is already showing a white flag. Parang hindi naman, but things are not in their favor at this moment.
It's been tough.
It's been tough.
More composed itong kilos ng team ng COMELEC.
And look at that. Tapik-tapik na lang yung ginagawa ng COMELEC, pero nakakakuha pa rin sila ng puntos. And they're now at set point.
Suffragettes now at match point.
Jane Yumang. Good receive by NCMH. Merales aatake. At yan, sabi ni Merales, sige pa, medyo kaya pa nating i-extend ng konti.
And, minsan, even if it's already tough, like tough in this situation, for as long as kaya mong pahirapan pa ng konti itong COMELEC.
Paghirapan pa nila
ma-close itong game na to.
Now, Gendrauli setting up manlapit. Naitawid yung bola. Egok setting up Adzon. Ito na nga, yun yung napakaw. Si Jane Yumang doon. Medyo nagkaroon ng lapse yung sa timing. 24-17. Isa na lang po ang kailangan ng COMELEC. And then Merales with that service. Manlapit. Naiangat ang bola ng NCMH. Adzon. Sasagutin ni Gendrauli. At isa pa. 3-0 run para sa NCMH. Good receive there by Noval. Noval papaluin sa gitna. Egok setting up for Adjon. At makakaisa pa uli. 4-0.
This is what you want to see also. Kahit sabi natin, ang 24, mahirap na yan. Don't race the flag yet.
Yes.
Kaya pa yung pahirapan and they just need to be consistent.
And so far, medyo maganda yung tinatakbo ng NCMH. Pero isa na lang yung kailangan nitong COMELEC as Jen Drowley with that attack. Nasagot pa rin. Egok. Jen Drowley again. Sabas with that drop ball. Yun lang pala ang kailangan nila. And this is a dominating win by COMELEC Suffragettes and 3 straight sets. But what a showing also by NCMH Wellness Warriors.
Just, I guess, not enough, but they did challenge COMELEC in this game. I think, sabi nga, nothing to lose, everything to gain.
Yes.
They need to keep that positive mindset.
And of course, everyone showed a good performance para sa COMELEC. Pero iisa lang yung ating best player of the game. At Ann, sino ang ating best player today?
Alam mo, hindi siya yung highest pointer today, but she did score in crucial points and well-deserved for Abby Noval.
As we head into Dana de Guzman for our best player of the game.
Des and Ann, I have here with me the best player of the COMELEC Suffragette, Abby Nubal. Ngayon, Abby, anong pakiramdam na kayo pa rin ang nasa top rank dito sa UVL Season 3?
Pakiramdam namin lahat is syempre nakaka-pressure. Kailangan namin i-maintain kung nasan kaming ranking. Kaya dapat, kailangan namin mag-training talaga para hindi kasi biro lahat ng kalaban. Actually, lahat sila malalakas talaga.
And ngayon, nung second set at nung third set na mention ng mga coaches na kailangan pang pagtibayin yung first ball natin o yung receive natin. Paano naka-adjust yung team nyo pagdating nung third set at nakalayo na kayo kontra dito sa inyong mga kalaban?
Siguro inisip namin yung araw-araw namin pagtsatsaga sa training, yung mga tinuturo ng coaches namin. Importante talaga yung receive namin. Kaya talagang tinutukan kami ng coach namin kung ano dapat talaga yung baguhin namin sa loob ng court. And nagawa naman po namin kaya nairaos namin yung set.
Ayun, ngayon meron ka bang mga gustong batiin at mga pasalamatan?
Binabati ko po ang chairman ng Commission of Election, the directors, and mga supporter ng COMELEC. And binabati ko po yung director of Coast Guard Special Service Center na si Captain Jonathan Estarote and yung mga tropa dyan sa Special Service Center. Family ko sa Laguna, hello! Sana makanood kayo dito next time. Manukay family, and si Renwa, si Ate Maya, and si Ate Joy na umuwi ng Japan.
Again, congratulations to you, Abby Nubal. And because you're a player of the game, you have a special gift pack from our sponsors. Now back to our panel.
Thank you, Dana. And alam mo, ito na yung pinakamahabang interview ni Abby, no? Very, very short answer talaga siya usually. But I think because sila ang number one in the current standings natin because of this win. Talaga namang look at that convincing win. Medyo na-extend lang nung second set, but they prove why they are on top of our standings.
But she did say there's still a lot of work to be done.
Yes.
So aantabayan na natin yung pag-iensayo pa nila at paghahanda as we look at our overall match statistics. 75 minutes for this match, but this is where we see how COMELEC has won this game in terms of the attacking department. Hindi naman nalalayo, but their blocking and their serves really made a big difference. No? Kahit yung atake konti lang yung diferensya, I think in the game what we saw was they scored when it mattered the most.
Yes. And I think that's important, especially we're nearing towards our eliminations game. At wag po kayong aalis because we still have our next game. Ang last game natin ngayong araw, DFA Emissaries playing against the PNP Lady Patrollers. This is UNTV Volleyball League Season 3. Win in sports, win in child.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are still watching the UNTV Volleyball League Season 3. Win in sports, win and win, win for charity. Live at the Paco Arena is the preliminary rounds match number 53 between DFA Emissaries and your PNP Lady Patrollers.
Hi mga ka-UVL, and we are still here at the Paco Arena. This is third game of our triple header today. Talaga namang volleyball packed itong Sunday natin ngayon. Andre Mulia, Just Constantino. Today we will having our last game for today. We'll have DFA Emissaries versus the PNP Lady Patrollers. At kanina nga, no, this is our third game. Yung unang game natin, medyo nag-extend ng isang set. But yung second game naman natin, of course, it's a straight sets by the COMELEC for NCMH. Pero nakita natin ang konting lumaban etong NCMH talaga.
And here we see that the results na pinag-uusapan nga natin, extended set 2. I think yan ang tema nitong araw na to. Talagang ang ating mga kupunan trying to extend the sets, really fighting and giving their all, no, para makasungkit ng panalo. Unfortunately for NCMH, hindi pa rin nakakakuha ng kanilang first win. But ang COMELEC Suffragettes, despite the fact that they only started to train again last Thursday, they still emerged as a winner today with Noval scoring 14 points at siya yung ating best player.
And that win, what's the result of that win? Of course, they're now number 1 in our standings.
Sabi nga natin, all of the teams would be playing 14 matches and we're nearly at the end of our second round. COMELEC cements themselves at the number 1 position. And for most of these teams, ngayon, PNP and BFP, sila yung nagahati with a 10-2 win-loss record. And it's very important game today dahil ang gusto ng ating mga kupunan, makuha ang top 2. Because the teams that will be ranked 3, 4, 5, 6 ay magkaka-playoffs pa.
Yes, and as we mentioned, speaking of a team who wanted to get the team, the second, yung number 2, no? We have the DFA versus NCMH recap, yung kaninang game natin. Nakita naman natin, yung in their first meeting, it's a 3-set game noong March 19.
Clearly dominated by PNP. PNP has been showing us a good season so far. There have been games where we expected it would be a stretch, but PNP proving otherwise. And this is one of those matches where they displayed pure dominance even in the different skill departments. Just makikita natin, opensa pa lang.
Yes.
Talagang dominante na itong PNP.
And as we mentioned, PNP trying to secure that number 2 spot. As we can see, our top scorers for today, we have the usual from PNP Lady Patrollers, Ronquillo, Oliveros, and Villanueva. Meanwhile, for the Emissaries, we have Cirebleza, Balcorta, and Reyes. Kaya, let's game na ba tayo?
Game na tayo for sure. I'm sure both the teams excited na rin maglaro.
Wag po kayong aalis. When we returns, this is DFA versus PNP. This is UVL Season 2.
Presenting our national officials for this match. First referee, Mr. Marlon Bacabenta. Second referee, Mr. Ryan Vincent Corpus. Now let us meet the starters. First for DFA Emissaries. Let's start with their team captain, number 8, middle blocker, Alex Tangayan. Wearing jersey number 6, opposite hitter, Rachel Abarrientos. At number 7, open hitter, Justin Rebleza. At number 9, open hitter, Janine Balcorta. Jersey number 12, middle blocker, Mary Miranda. Number 14, setter, Yvonne Reyes. With her starting libero, number 3, Jane Lurie De Leon. With her head coach, Mr. Jose Marie Reyes. Now calling on the PNP Lady Patrollers. Starting with their team captain at number 7, middle blocker, Police Corporal Princess Oliveros. Jersey number 3, setter, Patrol Woman, Team Bangkola. At number 4, opposite hitter, Patrol Woman, Mariambe Torio. At number 5, open hitter, Patrol Woman, Mira Ronquillo. At number 6, open hitter, Jelly Villanueva. Number 10, middle blocker, Police Corporal Cristel Etucas. Starting libero, number 2, Rexa Limsiaco. Sitting in as their head coach for today's match, Patrol Don Andre De La Rosa.
And we are
Birthday to Alex Sangaya.
And as we can see our lineup for today, that's DFA Emissaries with Abarrientos, Rebleza, Tangayan, Balcorta, Miranda, and Reyes. Meanwhile, for the PNP Lady Patrollers, we have Bangkola, Porio, Ronquillo, Villanueva, Oliveros, and Etucas. And their starting libero is Limsiaco. But now we can see Coach Rod Pinalba is not with PNP right now. So ang tatayo na head coach right now is si Coach Don Andre De La Rosa. As we head into our first set, this is UVL Season 3 na talagang si Chris Etucas ay uunahan ng lahat sa pagpuntos dito sa ating first set.
No, itong si Etucas, we've seen her grow throughout the past 3 seasons. Ito yung sinasabi natin, mahinhin, diba? Parang deceiving. Pero ngayon, you'll see her really more confident.
But Team Bangkola committing that first service error sa PNP. Kaya pupunta ngayon ang bola sa DFA. This is Yvonne Reyes serving for the Emissaries. Good receive by Mila Ronquillo. Villanueva, but na-deny ng DFA. Yamporio, nakahanap ng butas. Itong si Yamporio, surprisingly, events host daw siya.
Oh, I heard that last time, diba? Sabi ko yan ng new information.
Yeah. Sabi niya, ma'am,
magandang marinig nga yan.
Yan ang bread and butter daw niya nung college.
I'm sure very very lively and ma-PR.
Energetic,
energetic.
yes.
Ma-PR yan for sure.
As Mila Ronquillo with that attack. Ito ring PNP, no? Talagang they also really improved a lot from last year. Dahil lang sila ang naglaban ng championship with AFP, talagang alam mo ngayong coming with a vengeance tong team na to eh.
Pero ang maganda kasi talaga, you'll see the chemistry of the team. Alam mo, nagkakaamuyan na sila sa loob. It's also because ang tagal na naglalaro together.
The familiarity with each other talagang helping the team na ang ganda nung in sync yung laro ng bawat isa. Tangayan on the service line. Etukas again. Dito rin sa PNP, napakadaming maaasahang player. No? Every game, hindi mo alam kung sino yung magko-contribute ng malaki. But everyone's really working. We have Ronquillo, Porio, Bangcola, even Etukas. Kahit si Oliveros. At hinabol nga nila yung bola. Villanueva crossing that ball. Rebleza, Reyes setting it up. Rebleza with the free ball. Oliveros setting up Ronquillo. Nasagot ng DFA. Porio, free ball for DFA.
Effort by Reyes to try and save the ball because pwede ka pumunta sa kabila, pwede mo siyang i-save but unfortunately napakahirap na.
Pero paano mo yun kung nandun na sa kabila, no? Paano mo ipapabalik?
Usually makikita mo, 'di ba, magko-cross sila dito but yung kay Reyes parang ang hirap.
Yes.
How?
That's a quick attack there by Oliveros. 6-2 is our score.
Ito nung last game, sila Oliveros. Masaya pala tong cheering squad. Diba? Nakita natin. Grabe. Sabi ko,
parang bitin yung 3 sets sa
bitin yung
kanila.
3 sets. Sabi, ang dami pa ng energy na uubusin.
Siya yung head cheerleader nung PhilHealth nung third game natin.
Sabi ko, nabubuhay yung Paco.
Oo.
Na dahil sa kanilang energy.
As we have an early timeout from DFA, makinig tayo.
Masyado na naman bumibilis yung laro natin, di ba? Sabi ko sa inyo, gamitin natin yung lawak ng court. Ate Ching, chance.
Akin yun.
Hindi na maulit, tawag na maulit yung gano'n na. Next one, Jane. Maganda yung laro mo, Jane, na ituloy mo lang.
Chris, spacing lang ulit natin. Dahil natin kunin yung set.
Chance ball lang kasi nakaka-frustrate din sa loob ng court yun, lalo na pag chance ball.
But, Emissaries! Fight! Go dance, go dance!
As we are back in our ball game, nakita natin talaga namang si Porio nagpapakit pa sa camera.
Why not, di ba? Sila ay lamang ng 5 points.
Bangcola to Porio. Nasagot ng DFA.
Ang unang pagkapanalo laban sa Mental Health Wellness Warriors. Yun ang naging spark para maniwala silang kaya nila. Pero ang pinaka-nakakabilib doon, yung bond ng team, imports at locals, iisa ang puso. Walang bigatin, walang sisihan. Kung may pagkakamali, sabay-sabay silang babangon. Let's see kung madadala ng DFA Emissaries ang ganitong inspirasyon nila hanggang dulo. Jessanan?
Thank you, Ayi, for that report. Of course, Coach Jo-Marie leading the charge for the Emissaries. Talaga namang no pressure. Etong team DFA, sabi nga ni Coach Jo-Marie before, they started late, I believe, no? Medyo late silang nakapagbuo ng team. So it's really a work in progress, but nakakuha na sila ng panalo dito sa season na to.
Tama ka dyan. So, for now, ito talaga laban kung laban. Some room right here for DFA with that net infraction by Oliveros.
And 11-3 is our score. Siyempre dun sa DFA, medyo pili lang din yung pangalan na nakikita mong aasahan nila, no? But definitely, yung preparation nila para tong NCMH, yung laging looking forward.
As it should be, because
Yes.
we've seen that development and progress, even from the other teams.
Yes. Kasi yung mga nagli-lead naman na teams ngayon, PNP, COMELEC, sila din yung mga nag-ahabol ng mga nakaraang seasons. And we can see na it can really happen, no? Na talagang trabaho lang, tiyaga lang, no? They will get there. But here for PNP, it's all about business for the Lady Patrollers. kinakabahan ako dito, Ann. Kung maagang matapos, marami na namang energy si Oliveros.
Pero wala na siyang game.
Wala na.
Paano kaya niya uubusin?
Yun yung itatanong natin mamaya sa kanya. As Oliveros attacking that back row of DFA. Abarientos. Sasagutin na ni Ronquillo. Juanillo. PNP pinasa ulit sa COMELEC.
Oh, that jump from Juanillo confused the defenders in the back row.
Ang ganda rin ang basa doon ni Banwa, no? Nakita niya nagkakagulo pa kayo. Sige, i-drop ko na yung bola.
And that's usually the case into the semifinals. 56 games lang in total, I believe, yung lalaroin ng lahat ng teams. And you would want to be in the top 2 because that automatically gives you a seed in the semis. Pag bumagsak ka ng 3, 4, 5, 6, yan magpe-playoffs ka pa.
Dadaan ka pa sa playoffs. And of course, if you're PNP, dahil nanalo yung COMELEC kanina, so they're at 11-2. Now, PNP wants also to be in that top 2, no?
Yes.
As we can see, this is Banwa setting up Ronquillo, and it's good. That's over Juanillo. 15-5. Mila Ronquillo on the service line. Nasagot ni Justin Rebleza. Reyes setting it up for Juanillo. Ang ganda ng sagot ni Limshaco. Oliveros. Reyes. Juanillo again. Oliveros. Reyes. Juanillo again. Outside again. That's already the second time in the same spot for Bien Juanillo.
DFA unable to attack.
Hindi sila maka-adjust dun sa fast-paced na laro nitong PNP.
And I think yun yung challenge. No? They are unable to score the points, but thanks to that one, no, they get their 6th point. Puro errors ng kalaban. Yun ang kanilang
yung mga puntos nila, no?
Puntos nila. That's where I think they're lacking. You need to be able to score the points and not just wait for PNP to commit these errors.
As we see Nick Miranda committing that service error for DFA. Pero ngayon magkakaroon ng substitution for PNP. Ronquillo will rest for a while. Perez will be in. And Etucas. Malalim rin itong bench ng PNP, no? Dahil kaya nilang iupo si Porio. Andun pa si Etucas. Bangkola.
Parang lahat, kahit yung nasa bench ngayon, dami nilang it would have been nice, no, kung nakita sumasayaw pa si Tito.
Yeah! Parang bawal hindi maging masaya sa grupo na to.
Yes. Tsaka bawal yung walang energy.
Yeah.
Bawal ang papatay-patay at bawal ang
bawal yung patay na bata sa kanila.
Bawal.
At ganun-ganun lang. 18-6 is our score. Kanina yung first set natin with NCMH lasted for 20 minutes. I'm very curious about this game.
Oh, yeah, it's been a breeze for PNP.
Good receive by DFA there. Rebleza. Etucas with a drop ball. Pasok!
I think what's good about how PNP is moving, you'll see some teams na sinasabayan yung pace ng kalaban. But in this case, you clearly see na talagang sila yung hinahabol, sila yung nagdidictate, which is a good sign. And that is probably why also they are one of the top teams.
And if you are heading into the semifinals, you always want to assert your game. Hindi yung ikaw yung nag-a-adjust dun sa kalaban. And that's a Malu Padilla, pero nasave yun ng DFA. Banwa to Villanueva with a drop ball. Natawa na lang si Batong dahil hindi niya nahabol yung bola na yon. Papasok na si Debbie Adviento for DFA. Because in our rules here, no, everyone should play.
Yes, everyone should play.
26 is our score for PNP. Oliveros is still in the service line. That's a good service ace there. Pero grabe, no, kahit lamang yung PNP, yung mga mukha nila, very serious. Very parang focus on the job at hand.
They mean business.
Yes. Oliveros setting it up for Padilla, but that's out. Ito yung sinasabi mo kanina, yung points talaga ng DFA coming from the errors of the Lady Patrollers.
5 out of the 7 are opponents' errors. They only managed to score 2 attack points.
Si Juanillo services in. Banwa. Padilla uli. And this time, pasok na.
And I love how they gave the second ball again to her. Nagkamali kanina, bibigyan mo ng pagkakataon bumawi, and that gives them, the confidence, yung kumpiyansa.
Look at that service. It's almost out, pero it's still in.
And the problem of DFA right now, they can't get a good first ball.
And it's going downhill from there. 23-7. I think this is our fastest set for today.
It is 5 aces also scored by PNP here in set number 1.
And a good serve again by PNP. Tinaas ang bola. Oliveros. Villanueva aatake. And still point for PNP.
Things just really in favor of PNP.
We are now at set point for the Lady Patrollers. We have Malu Padilla on the service line. Masaya.
Actually, yung nga sasabihin ko, hindi lang pala yung players.
Yung masaya. Parang pati yung coaches. Rinig natin yung tawanan nila from where we are sitting.
Gusto ko yung energy.
Yes. Baka yun talaga yung requirement, no? Bago ka makapasok sa team, kailangan masiyahin ka. But it took us with that Villanueva aatake at tatapusin ang ating first set. 25-7 to get the first set for the Lady Patrollers. Look at those highlights. And we are back to our ball game as we see how fast the PNP Lady Patrollers finish that first set. 25-7 is our score in only 16 minutes.
And they managed to have 14 attack points in those 16 minutes. So, diba? And 5 aces as well. I think we did mention it. No? For PNP, what they did right was hindi sila sumasabay sa galaw ng kalaban. And they did dictate the pace, the speed of that first set throughout. For DFA, on the other hand, I think what was clear was that while they had some of the materials for offense, such as sila Rebleza, you have Juanillo right there, what was missing really was the first ball. Dun sila talaga nadali in set number 1.
That's right. That's now. Let's go to our second set and see ano yung mga naging pagbabago, adjustments nitong dalawang teams natin. We have Team Bangkola serving for the Lady Patrollers. And we're hearing some noise kasi kailangan din ng ingay dito sa side ng Emissaries. And Juanillo with that first ball. Rebleza aatake. Nakuha yun ni Mila Ronquillo. Ronquillo from the back row. Reyes setting up Rebleza. Nasagot ni Oliveros. And look at that. Nasave pa yung bola. Porio. Medyo mali yung calculation mo ni Porio.
But, you know, I like what I'm seeing on the side of DFA because Rebleza returning the attacks with so much authority. And, you know, that's something that they need, at least to increase the energy and hopefully contagious energy, and the rest will also follow.
And I think they have to take advantage while she's there in front. Pero nakalusot pa rin si Villanueva dun sa huling atake na yon. Look at that. Talagang may baling yung katawan ni Villanueva. And here we go again with that missed first ball for DFA. Porio, aatake this time. It's good. 2-1 is our score. Villanueva still on the service line.
A lot of wasted opportunities for DFA.
Good service ace there by Villanueva. Yun pa rin, no? It's still the first ball. Yung nagiging challenge nitong DFA.
But yun nga, siguro easier said than done because the serve also
Ang
of
ganda
PNP talagang malakas din. But Rebleza finally getting that point.
And that's what Coach Joe Marie wanted from Rebleza. Habang nasa harap siya, is to really capitalize. We had Alex Tangayan with the service line. Good receive by PNP. Ronquillo, aatake. Pero it's too much for Nick Miranda.
And that one falls within the court of PNP. Look at that. Nadepensahan, akala nila mali, pero nasa loob pa ng PNP court.
So that's the score for PNP.
For DFA rather.
Sorry, DFA score. But now, medyo napalakas yung service na yon. Now we have Chris Etucas. Good reception there by Juanillo. Pero grabe yung block. Grabe rin yung service. Ay, yung attack ni Rebleza. And you know, she's known for that.
Pero nagising na itong DFA. No? Sabi nila hindi na pwede yung 25-7. Let's challenge PNP. Oh.
Medyo may gigil ng konti for Justin Rebleza.
You know that they want to have a strong serve. At the very least, kung di siya ace, mahirapan mag-set up ng play itong PNP. But you need to be able to control it. And speaking about control, yun din yung
parang
inulang.
Nahahawa sila ng energy ng PNP. Sumusobra naman. Palitan tayo ng puntos ngayon. Still tied at 5. We have Chenga Barrientos. Pasok ang services ni Barrientos. Ronquillo with that attack. De Leon. Naitawid ng bola ng DFA. Bangkola setting it up for Oliveros. Juanillo was able to save it. Rebleza. Juanillo with the ball. Buhay pa ang bola. Vicente. Porio trying to save it. Sabi ni Oliveros, sandali lang. Reyes setting it up. Bien Juanillo over 2 blockers. Pero buhay pa din yung bola.
Bawal huminga.
Bawal huminga. Sabi ni Nila, teka lang. Hinga tayo.
Pina-check lang nila, Jess, kung kaya ng lungs mo yung, yung hindi tumitigil. Alangan naman daw sila lang.
Oo, parang dapat hindi lang sila yung pagod. Dapat tayo din. But that's a good rally for our 2 teams today. Pero yun yung haasahan mo kay Mila, no? talagang yung mga drop balls niya.
Look at that serve.
Villanueva on the attack line. Nasagot ni Rebleza. Reyes. Juanillo this time. Oliveros. Balik sa DFA. Juanillo setting it up. Rebleza to PNP.
Oh,
Yun lang.
Oliveros and Villanueva hindi nagkaintindihan. Kanino ba?
Hindi sila nakapag-usap doon dahil pareho silang nakaharap sa kalaban.
Oh, but, it was supposed to be a combination play. But I think unclear. No? Parang miscommunication.
As we have Nick Miranda for DFA serving 6-all ang ating score. But look at that. Si Ses nag-decoy pa. Kunwari, i-receive niya eh. Now Tejada is coming to the ball game. Our captain, Oliveros, 7 serving 6.
She was very consistent earlier at the service line. Really gave DFA a hard time.
Good to go. Almost an ace there, pero naitawid ng DFA ang bola. Bangcola to Villanueva, denied by DFA. Tejada. Juanillo aangat yung bola. Reyes. Villanueva again.
Oh, a net violation on DFA.
As we have a report from Ai Elma. Ai.
Jessanan, let's talk about the PNP Lady Patrollers this time. Isa sa mga standout ngayong season sa PNP ay si Yam Poryo. A player who's made a big comeback with fire and focus. Pero behind that comeback is a story of struggle and self-belief. Sabi ni Yam, dumadaan din siya sa phase na parang nawalan ng gana. Minsan papasok siya sa game pero hindi natatapos ang set at minsan 3 to 5 points lang ang nabibigay niya. Pero natutunan niya minsan kailangan mong baguhin hindi lang ang ginagawa mo kundi pati ang mindset mo. Hindi pwedeng matakot pag magkamali, kailangan mong maniwala ulit sa sarili mo. Today, isa sa mga biggest wins ni Yam is her confidence. Ngayon siya na mismo ang humihingi ng bola sa setter nilang si Tin Bangcola. Ready na ulit siyang sumablay, sabi niya, kung kailangan. Pero basta ilalaban niya. Pero hindi pa siya kontento. Gusto pa niyang mahasa ang floor defense niya, lalo na sa pagbasa ng bola at digs. At isang paalala mula kay Yam Poryo, improvement takes time. Pero ang pinakaunang hakbang ay maniwala kang kaya mo. Jessanan?
Thank you, Ai. And what a story from Yam Poryo. No? Talagang it's all about getting back after, having those self-doubt. But for now, we have a timeout from the DFA. Let's listen in.
Laper, ang mula! Letter. Rally lang tayo, rally tayo. Okay, kay coach tayo.
Okay na. Nagagamay na natin isa't isa. Ngayon naman, hanap naman tayo ng butas sa kanila. Ang butas sa kanila, number 1 yung setter. Para hindi na siya makapag-set ng maayos pag sa kanya pupunta yung first ball. Tapos, kontihan niyo yung cross-court, damihan niyo zone 1. Again, Bon, kapag pumasok na yung bola, medyo pasok yung bola, pwede ka naman.
Emissaries! Bye! First one tayo, first one. Let's do it step by step.
And we heard it straight from Coach Jo Marie Reyes of the DFA. No? Talagang gusto niya step by step. Tama nga naman, medyo yung rhythm nila mas gumaganda na. Ngayon, kailangan nilang hanapan ng butas. Etong Lady Patrollers, which I think is a very difficult job to do.
Yeah, but he's very specific as well in terms of targeting zone 1 and targeting Bangcola para mawala na yung kanilang play. If it's Bangcola that receives, of course, somebody else will have to set the ball.
But unfortunately, it's another service ace for the Lady Patrollers. 10-6 is our score. Oliveros, good service. Reyes setting it up. Rebleza. Naitawid yung bola ng PNP. Sabi ni Juanillo, siya naman. Bangcola. Ang ganda ng reception ng PNP. But it's Tejada finding that open space doon sa DFA.
Parang si Barbie narinig din, targeting yung zone 1. Siya rin doon pumunta.
Siya rin.
Oh, but,
Meron ba silang mga comms, no?
but kidding aside, I think, for PNP, you see the composure in the way that they move. Again, not taking away any credit on the part of PFA, but the adjustments that you see dito sa PNP, really very good, no? And working for them.
And look at that block by Villanueva and Tejada. Kaya free ball na lang yung binigay ni Rebleza. Tejada, papaluin. And it's still in!
Kanto-kanto ang laro nitong si Barbie. Earlier point sa zone 1. This time around sa zone 4.
Mamaya, lalagyan na natin siya ng nickname, no? Barbie Canto Tejada. And this time, this is Olivero still on the service line. Ang ganda ng service na yon. Reyes setting it up. Rebleza, but it's outside. Ito na naman, napapako na naman. Itong DFA, 14-6 is our score. Oliveros. Is it gonna be an ace? Yes, it is. Alam mo, grabe yung energy. And it's hard, no? Pag ganyan yung laro, it takes a lot of discipline for your team to keep that same intensity. As we have a timeout, makinig tayo sa DFA.
Pero yung first ball talaga. Lalo na malayo yung pinaggagalingan ng bola. Si Jane, kapitan niyo yung bola, huwag niyo abutin. Sabi nga ni Coach Roger, walang bayad tumakbo or umakbang. Kasi yung magda-dive-dive kayo dyan. Mas maganda ko lalapitan yung bola.
Kaya lang natin sa DFA ba? Emissaries! Fight!
Gusto ko yung Jess yung sinabi ni Coach Roger, walang bayad.
Oo, isang
nga naman.
hakbang lang.
Walang bayad ang paghakbang, paglakad.
Konting hakbang
Oo.
can make a difference. Lalo na if you are receiving that kind of service from Oliveros. 15-6 is our score. Hindi ko alam, may lakad ba tong PNP?
Mamaya tanong mo.
Itata-
baka may merienda rin sila o kainan mamaya.
Oo nga, hindi natin nakita yung 4 boxes ng pizza dun sa NCMH. And another score for the Patrollers. Si Oliveros parang napako na siya dun sa service
But
line.
I think that is, something good to see. Kasi ganun siya ka-consistent, diba? She can serve as much without committing a mistake. And I hope I don't jinx it. Pero that wasn't her mistake.
Yes. That's
Wala ko
a
na jinx.
miscommunication.
Yeah. But, talking about Oliveros, I think the consistency right there at the service lane says a lot, diba?
And of course, if you are the team captain, talagang consistency yung isa sa mga aasahan sa'yo ng team mo. But I think it's outside and a good assumption there on the side of PNP. Ito na naman, 17-7. Talaga namang may post pa ang paghinto.
She was expecting siguro a switch, no? Mangyari, but hindi daw. Siya pa rin.
So Rebleza tatawid yung bola. Porio, Bangcola to Villanueva with that attack. Pwede yun.
Pwede. Any part of your body.
Yes, but this time, talagang kinulang na itong DFA. 18-7. Let's see if they can cross that 7-point curse.
I hope so. I hope, siguro first things first, work on a double-digit score. They played better, at least scored better in their first meeting. But we're talking about DFA, they just started off slow in this game.
And another miscommunication on the part of DFA, no?
Parang maraming nalalaglag na bola
Oo.
without an attempt
Yes.
to get it. Makikita mo nagtitinginan yung dalawang player, hoping that the other one would get it.
Baka mamaya ang sasabihin ni Coach Jo Marie, libreng magsalita.
Totoo rin naman yan. Pwede, hindi bawal.
And look at that. Wow, 19-27. At si Coach Don De La Rosa, napapatingin sa orasan niya, hindi ko talaga alam kung may lakad at nagmamadali ba itong PNP.
Sabi siguro, Baka maliit tayo, guys.
We have Bangkola on the service line. Is it another ace? Nope, matatawid nila yung bola. Porio. Good reception there by DFA. Buhay pa, pero this time, medyo nag-give up na yung PNP. Double contact there for PNP. 28, and finally, they crossed that 7-point curse.
But they will be needing more of that. I think, it is a tough task. But they first need to start with reception and defense.
Yes, lalo na dahil I think everyone is working para dito sa PNP, and that's a welcome point from Justin Rebleza.
His defense doesn't just happen on the floor. You need to also man the net. Rebleza doing that job for DFA.
We have Reyes on the service line for DFA. Bangkola setting it up for Villanueva. Good receive there by Reyes. Naitawid ng DFA. Bangkola again. This time, Porio with a soft touch. Justin Rebleza. Tapika na lang ang nangyayari ngayon. Pero papaluin ni Villanueva. Reyes. Si Rebleza kung saan sa nakakarating. But Porio seeing that spot in the middle. Ang layo ng tinatakbo ni Rebleza para
pero
sa bola.
she has to, and you see the effort is really there, but she can also only do so much.
Yes. Again, there's 6 players on the floor right now. 21-9. This time, it's Jelly Villanueva serving. Reyes setting it up. Naitawid ng DFA. Pero si Porio, pinapatay agad yung bola.
Oo, Porio, 6 points rather in this match.
22-9. We have a substitution. Paginado coming in for Team Bangkola. Jelly Villanueva on the service line again.
Villanueva has been playing very well. 7 points in this match.
And almost an ace there, pero naisalba ng DFA, but there's a violation. Net fault on the PNP. Ito na yung pinag-uusapan natin. They need a double-digit point DFA, pero medyo malayo-layo yung kanilang kailangang habulin. 12 points ang lamang ng Lady Patrollers. Tangayan service is good.
Oh,
Salas!
that was tough. I mean, it was near the antenna, pero ginawa ng paraan ni Salas.
And imagine, I think this is already the second, parang second 6, no? For the PNP, but still working well para sa kanila.
I think it is important that we did mention that part of the rules dito sa UVL, na yung lahat makalaro. But I think what is good about this opportunity for PNP, pwede mong practicein yung ikot ng mga tao as you get yourself ready sa semifinals.
Dahil medyo dikitan ang laban natin as Porio again with that drop ball. 24-10, set point na naman itong Lady Patrollers as we have Barbie Tejada on the service line. Abarientos. That's Balcorta. Naitawid na yung bola. Malapit. Balcorta again. Villanueva. Paginado. Salas on the attack. Pasok pa din! And wow, that's it. That's the finish of our second set. 25-10 is our score. I wonder how fast they were able to secure this. 2-0 na po ang ating laban. And we will be right back. This is UVL Season 3. Win in sports, win for charity. ball game. This is still DFA playing against the PNP Lady Patrollers. Third game of our triple header ngayong araw. And look at that, 10-25 is our score. I wonder how fast they finish that second set. 19 minutes.
19 minutes, but clear dominance again by PNP. I think story is pretty much the same. Only difference is that yung block point ni Rebleza, but again, just not enough because you need to be able to score the points. And DFA missed out on that one again in the attacking department.
And now, ano yung mga kailangan gawin ng DFA? And of course, if you're DFA, you still want to at least, give it a good fight. Their first set was they're down with 7 points. Second set, naka 10 points sila. Slowly but definitely talaga namang commanding itong PNP in this ball game.
I think, we go back to the basics first. I think kulang sa reception, and we did mention that yung first ball ng DFA has been really problematic. They can't get their offense going pretty much because wala silang magandang passing.
And look at
party na tong PNP.
Alam mo, curious talaga ako eh. I think may lakad tong mga to, and look at that, they're dancing and the music.
Pero Jess, ito alam mo to for sure. Marami mga talented dancers.
Oh yes.
Yan ang favorite nila.
Correct. At talaga namang, and look at that, body language, you like that. Hindi pa rin nagre-relax ng PNP. At the same time, for the DFA naman, medyo kailangan, I think yung energy, kailangan silang bigyan ng konti ng PNP.
But I think for PNP, while they won dominantly the first 2 sets, they also cannot be too complacent.
Yes.
I think that's usually what we see from teams. Yung pagdating ng third set, nagiging complacent.
As we can see, medyo napalakas yung palo doon ni Ivy Salas. Their score, the first point of this ball game goes to the DFA. Pero hindi pumasok yung service doon ni Balcorta. Again, itong errors talaga ang nagiging problema aside dun sa first ball nitong DFA. Paginado on the service.
He was too far from the net, and usually, if you're farther from the net, yung bola hindi mo kayang ibaon. Pag pinaon mo siya, of course, it would just go straight into the net.
Pero ayan, ilalapit niya na. At yun nga, pag malapit ka sa net, kaya mo nang ibaon. And she was able to get a point there for DFA.
But Leza needs some help from the rest of the team as well. He's been the lone scorer with 5 points.
As Tejada. Buhay pa. Rebleza, papaluin uli yung bola. Pero nandun ang PNP. DFA setting it up for Rebleza. And this time, it's too much for, I think that's Kai Vicente.
6 points for Rebleza. Aside from Rebleza, ang may puntos lang dito sa DFA is Balcorta, Miranda, and Reyes, all with just 1 point.
Of course, they definitely be needing more from all the team members. Pero si Rebleza, hanggat kaya, ay pupuntos talaga para sa DFA.
Oo. This is the best start that we've seen from them.
And if you're Coach Jean-Marie Reyes, definitely, hawakan mo na yung gantong start.
He is very active right there at the sideline. Really making sure na mapapaalalahanan niya.
And look at that, capitalizing while Rebleza is in front.
She is the hot hand, so she gets the sets. And you'll see that most of the points, she is unbothered by the blockers in front of her.
Unfortunately, it's a service error from Reyes this time.
Hindi natutuwa si Coach. Sabi niya, napasaya.
Si Coach.
Napatayo ulit. Umupo na, nagre-relax na kasi maganda. Pero medyo, inalog nila ng konti.
Ivy Salas now on the service line. Pero may error doon.
Oh, I think she stepped on the line.
So ngayon, parang nag-iiba ang complexion ng laro.
Ito yung sinasabi natin. There are now a lot of changes in terms of the lineup of PNP. But also at the same time, so isipin mo rin dyan, hindi pa as warmed up as those that have played in set number 1. But they can't be too relaxed also.
And Rebleza pushing that ball to the other side. Pero si Perez, sinusubukang umatake. Rebleza, nasagot ni Kai. DFA, angat yung bola. Rebleza in the middle. Still good. Paginado, setting it up for Perez. And it's good.
PNP finds themselves in a very different position than the first 2 sets.
This is also, I think, the second stringer for PNP. At unti-unti, I think mo ibabalik ni Coach Don itong kanyang first 6 as Tejada on the service line. Tangayan, good service. Ayun na, nagkalituhan na ang PNP.
Not as smooth and steady as what we've seen earlier.
Now we have Justin Rebleza on the service line. Good receive by PNP. Paginado with Padilla. Paginado setting it up again. Perez. Nagtingi na naman itong DFA.
Well, that is a tough one also.
7-5 is our score. Look at that attack from Betchy Perez. Good service by PNP. Balcorta. Nakuha pa rin ng PNP. Perez with a free ball. Reyes. Rebleza papaluin sa gitna. Paginado. At ayun na nga. Inaantay ko kung sinong sasalo ng bola. Unfortunately, hindi naabutan. As we have a report from Ai.
Jessanan, kanina si Yam Poryo, ngayon let's talk about Tin Bangcola. Ang utak ng opensa para sa team. Mula season 1 hanggang ngayon sa season 3, napakalaki raw ng improvement na buong squad. Sabi ni Tin, before communication talaga ang challenge nila. Pero ngayon mas open na sila sa isa't isa, on and off the court. Lahat ng players nag-step up, mas willing matuto at mas may kumpiyansa sa sarili at sa team. As the team setter, Tin takes her role seriously. Inaaral niya ang kalaban bago pa ang game day at nagbe-briefing siya with her spikers para mas maayos ang execution ng plays. Sa training pa lang daw, tinatanong na niya ang mga spikers kung okay ba yung set o paano niya mapapaganda yung delivery. Para sa kanya, trabaho ng setter ang gawing mas madali ang buhay ng kanyang mga hitter at that mindset is clearly working for PNP. Jessanan?
Thank you, Ai. And clearly, 2-0 ang PNP ngayon. And of course, malaking factor doon yung magandang distribution na ginagawa ni Tin Bangcola. And look at that, another miscommunication on the part of PNP, no? Kaya lamang ng dalawa ang DFA. 9 serving 7.
Oh, I was just about to say they need to take advantage of yung kanilang kalamangan and yung itong mga miscues na nangyayari sa PNP.
Dahil bihirang mangyari itong mga miscues na to.
And you know, you don't wanna wait for that moment also. Kasi isa-isa, nagsasub na rin sila. They're putting back some of the players and you don't want to wait for them to be complete again.
But just like that, we are tied at 9 dahil medyo mali ang calculation doon ni Rebleza.
Have a convincing score point as well.
At outside pa din ang tinawag ng ating linesman.
Sabi ni Justin, sayang!
Maganda naman kasi yung intention talaga dahil walang tao doon sa zone 2 na yon.
Oh, what a serve by Etupas.
As that calls for a timeout by Coach Joe Marie Reyes. Kaya makinig tayo sa huddle ng DFA.
Water mo. Sabi ko ba po? Ilang focus pa ba sa sakit? Hindi, mid quarter mo, wala?
Dapat lang.
Dikit lang yan ha, dikit lang yan ha. Nag-time out ako para maano tayo ulit. Hinga. Locals, maganda na yung pinapakita nyo, tuloy nyo lang. Pero yung receive natin, kung hanggat maaari, taas lang. Hindi kailangan maganda yung first goal natin. Taas nyo lang sa gitna. Ha?
360 Emissaries! Galing-galing ni girl! Walang tulog!
And we heard it straight from Coach Marie Reyes. Ay, pahinga yung timeout na yon dahil nga dikit naman yung laban. Dalawa lang yung lamang ng PNP pero 4 yung hinabol nila para makalamang ng dalawa. As we have Chris Etucas on the service line. Ang ganda ng receive ni Rebleza. But this time, Balcorta is scoring for the Emissaries.
That is a good time to score a point after that timeout.
Good timeout for Coach Marie Reyes. But there, pati sila nagkaroon ng error. Again, they have to capitalize as you mentioned, Ano. They have to capitalize, take advantage itong mga errors sa ginagawa ng PNP. Balcorta serving again. Na-receive ng maayos ng PNP as Tejada. Tinapik yung bola sa gilid.
But it's a much closer set. Hindi pa nakakalayo, no, itong PNP. Meanwhile, for DFA, this is a very good opportunity. They have Rebleza in the front line.
Aguinado. Nang-aatake si Padilla, pero nakuha yon ng DFA. Look at that. Naisave pa rin. Okay na eh.
Almost.
Naisave ni Limsiaco eh.
Almost.
Almost. We're tied at 12. And this is the farthest that DFA can go, will go.
But Reyes, really, parang may, she's having a difficult time, no, at the service time.
Yes. Dahil kanina ganun din. Maganda rin yung hinahabol nila. Sila na yung lamang, but nag-service error. But look at this.
That's the opposite for Salas.
Ang ganda nung pagkalkula ni Salas dun sa service na yon. 14-12. This is set number 3 for our third game. I think we have remaining 2 more elimination games after today. Tapos pupunta na tayo sa semis. At playoffs rather, and then semis.
And for those who aren't familiar, we did mention it in the earlier set. So we've seen the team standings earlier, and the top 2 teams are the ones that will advance to the semifinal round. So they basically secure their spot in the semifinals. But the teams ranked 3, 4, 5, and 6 will be playing in a knockout match. Number 3 versus number 6, number 4 versus number 5. The winners are the ones who will advance to the semifinals. So, you know, for some of the teams, kahit na 3, 4, 5, 6 ka, okay lang. At least you get that chance to be able to play off for a chance to be a part of the semifinals. Meanwhile, kung ikaw ang maglaland sa top 2, well, that is, gusto mo nang mag-antay sino ba ang makakalaban namin at makapaghanda.
Let's see, DFA, Rebleza trying to save that ball against 3 blockers, pero hindi na nila maitawid yung bola sa play na yon.
Alam mo, kapag ka ang bola malapit sa net, ang underpass, underhand rather, mahirap na siyang i-over eh. Usually, you have to hit it overhead.
Now, Barbie Tejada serving for PNP. So far, no, medyo mukhang kontento pa din itong PNP sa kanilang lineup now. Hindi pa binabalik yung first 6 kanina, but that's a service ace for Barbie Tejada.
I think it is good, ano? Even if it's a closer set. Again, at this point in time, where you're nearly in the semis, you want everyone to kind of get warmed up, quote-unquote, for what's to come. Kailangan lahat, alam mo yun, mahasa, kumbaga.
Valcorta with that attack, pero tatapikin ni Rebleza. And she's gonna earn a point for that. You can see the two assistant coaches of the PNP Lady Patrollers as Rebleza making that service. Padilla with an attack. Nasagot yun ng DFA. Paginado. Free ball for the Emissaries. Valcorta over two defenders. Free ball ulit para sa... Hey, but...
Nalunod. It's all
Too
about
early.
connection
Yes.
and timing.
Timing.
Nalunod.
Nauna yung talon ni Valcorta.
I think she was expecting a quick set or a lower set, but di nagtagpo.
But eto na, Banwa is back. So as Yam Porio, 18-14 is our score. Ang PNP trying to get away in this game.
But you know, the roster earlier also did well. Ano?
Yes.
Oo, dumikit, pumantay nung una, but they were able to reverse it.
But they were not able to contain that attack from Justin Rebleza
So much
from
power.
the back row.
Tignan mo naman, parang dala niya yung bahay. Bahay niya.
Ang lalim ng hugot ng palo na yon.
Oo. Parang oras ng luturan for both teams.
Kaya nga. Ito rin, maagang tumalon si Etukas. 18-16 is our score. Abarientos on the service line. And it's outside.
A lot of, the service errors for DFA. They've got 9 in total for today's game. O 10 rather. That was the 10th service error.
Pero bumawi ang PNP.
PNP naman, yan ang pang-anim nilang service error sa larong ito. 12 service aces for PNP, pero meron silang 6 service errors. Ang DFA, no aces so far, but has had 10 service errors.
Look at that. Talagang walang tao dun sa likod. Para sa DFA, 2017, eto na. Parang there's Etukas on the service line. Pero another service error para sa PNP. Dikit pa rin. So far, medyo maganda yung kapit ng DFA dito sa third set natin.
And they should continue to do so dahil ito yung kanilang last chance.
Let's see. Kailangan lang isang magandang receive from Bien Juanillo. And there's a point for PNP there. Ito yung mga unnecessary errors, no? Yung mga nakakapanghinayang.
Yeah. And yun nga, hirap lalo pag naghahabol.
Oh, lalo na third set na. As you mentioned, this is their last chance if they want to extend this game. So, tignan natin. Pero ng clarification there sa ikot. There's a so may warning on the side of PNP.
Because lahat to time din, no? If you're at the service line or yung pagpapalit ng mga players.
So now Perez with that attack. PNP tataas yung bola. Salas. Nasa ni Juanillo. Pero hindi na abutan ni Miranda dahil gumulong sa harapan niya si Rebleza.
Oo, but itong mga errors na ito, no, hindi din nakakatulong. Double digit ang giveaway points ng DFA. 11 errors here in set number 3.
And look at that. Mukhang 22-18 unti-unti tinatrabaho ng PNP to close this game. But look at that, Barrientos and Tangayan having a miscommunication. 23-18. Nagtinginan lang yung dalawa.
Alam mo, ang maganda sa ipinapakita ng PNP talaga, no? Yung kanilang service, very consistent for this match in each of the set that they've played. Minimum of 4 aces ang nagagawa nila.
And that's what you want if you're PNP going to the next round, no? Lalo na kung masecure mo yung semis. But for now, there's, I think, a net violation there. The point will go to DFA, 23-19. Reyes serving for DFA. Salas. And the goods. And now we are at match point.
Alam mo, dito sa PNP in today's match, walang runaway winner pagdating sa mga top scores. That's how they try to really shuffle, you know, the players who played today.
Of course, if you are PNP, gusto mo nang medyo pagpahingahin yung first 6 dahil, again, getting ready for the next round. But Rebleza still trying her best for the Emissaries. 24-20. So far, this is the best set for the Emissaries.
Hopefully, they can play flawlessly. Maybe snatch a set dito sa PNP.
Miranda with a good service. Tejada with an attack. Rebleza, free ball para sa PNP. Paginado. Perez. Si Rebleza ngayon, ibabato yung bola sa PNP. Paginado, Barbie. Pero nasagot pa rin ni Miranda. Rebleza, free ball again for PNP. Perez this time. Still good. Rebleza, soft touch. At makakapuntas pa rin siya.
Gotta give credit also to the good defense of Juanillo.
Talagang sinisave lahat ng bola. 21-24. Nick Miranda for the service line. Isa na lang ang kailangan ng PNP. Reyes. Rebleza again. Juanillo. Reyes. Paginado. Padilla. Pero eto na. Nagkatinginan, nakatayo. Etong si Tangayan. And that's it for our PNP Lady Patrollers and the DFA Emissaries. 25-21. What a convincing game para dito sa ating Lady Patrollers. Definitely, maganda rin naman. Medyo lumaban na rin naman nung third set. Itong ating DFA Emissaries. You know, there's a lot of players who really played well today, Anne. But who is our best player for today?
Alam mo, hindi lang kasi sa puntos, pati yung energy and cheer. Just kidding. But of course, our captain, itong si Oliveros, very fitting to be the best player of the game.
Of course, Princess Oliveros is with our courtside reporter, Ai Elma. Take it away.
Wala ko na sana yung
Ai?
Kasama natin ngayon ang ating best player of the game. Walang iba kundi si Kapitana Ces Oliveros. Ces, congratulations. Gusto lang kitang tanungin. Madali lang naman itong mga tanong na to. Anong mindset ang dala mo sa game at kitang-kita na focus ka kanina? Anong mindset ang dala mo sa game at kitang-kita na focus ka kanina at gustong mo manalo?
Focus talaga sa game kasi gusto namin makapasok sa semifinals.
Thank you, Ces. Sobrang ganda din ng connection nyo sa court. Paano nyo napapanatiling solid yung chemistry nyo?
Communication lang, ma'am. Panitiling yung composure namin. At yun lang.
Thank you, Ces. Congratulations. Ces, gusto ko lang itanong, actually pinapatanong to ng mga katim mo, may gusto ka bang batiin na mahal mo sa buhay bukod sa iyong pamilya?
Binabati ko po yung family ko sa Davao at sa Marama. At sa mga kasamahan ko sa station, hello.
Once again, congratulations, Cez Oliveros and Team PNP Lady Patrollers. Back to the panel.
Ako sanay na ganun ka short-spoken, no? Si Cez Oliveros. We love the energy. What a showing for the PNP. 3 straight sets para sa kanila ngayong araw. As we can see, the points, no? 7-27, 10-25, 21-25. And your last thoughts before we close this game?
You know, so first of all, congratulations sa PNP, but also I'm looking forward. We're at the tail end of the second round, and things will get more interesting from here, Jess.
As we're mentioning, no, we are now down to, I believe, our last 2 game days. So our next game schedule, it's gonna be on Wednesday. I believe that's May 21. We have the BFP Lady Firefighters playing against DFA Emissaries, PhilHealth Consulta playing against the NHA Home Masters, and AFP Lady Gunnars playing against the COMELEC Suffragettes. Dito pa rin po sa Paco Arena. Magkita-kita po tayo this coming Wednesday. Game starts at 12. We're live on Facebook and on our YouTube account. Again, in behalf of my partner, Andre Mullacanda, and our courtside reporter, Dana De Guzman, and Ai Elma, this is Jess Constantino, and the hardworking men and women behind the UVL Season 3. Kami po ay magpapasalamat na happy Sunday to everybody. This is UVL Season 3. Win in sports, win for charity.